the Commission wrote to Mr. Zaid Khan, who wrote a report which we've referred to as the Incotec report. And we asked him a number of additional questions, which are in a letter, as I say, dated the 30th of November. Today, we received a reply to those queries. Both of these documents will be put up on the website today so that you can see what we asked and what the answers were. They're not without interest, so you might want to avail yourself of the opportunity to do that. If anybody needs a hard copy, I dare say we could arrange it for you. All right, thank you very much. This morning, our first witness, I believe, Mr. Maharaj, is Andrew Dobson. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Well, then let's get to it, shall we?
Ms. Vijay Maharaj would read the summary.
Marvelous.
I, Andrew Dobson,
do
solemnly,
sincerely, and truly affirm that the evidence I shall give to the Commission in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Mr. Is it Dobson or Dobson?
It doesn't matter. It sounds the same.
It matters to everybody else here, not least because I get everybody's name wrong all of the time. So I am the worst person for that, which I'm internally embarrassed. But would you, it's Dobson, is it?
Dobson,
if I say
yes.
Dobson, that's okay?
Yes.
Marvellous. Well, thank you for coming, Mr. Dobson. What's going to happen next is this. Is it Mrs. Maharaj is going to read? Right, Mrs. Maharaj is going to read a summary of your evidence to the Commission so far in your statement and elsewhere, and listen to it carefully, please. If you agree its contents, she will ask you at the end, do you agree? And if you do, then fine. And then we'll go to any additional questions that will need to be asked by any of the council who are here, all right?
Yes.
So that's the procedure. If there's any problems or issues that arise, just let me know and we can stop, all right? Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Maharaj.
Thank you. On the 4th of December 2022, Mr. Andrew Dobson submitted a witness statement to the Commission dated 2nd December 2022. That witness statement is in the supplemental witness statement bundle at page 3020. Mr. Dobson had declined to be interviewed by the Commission. Mr. Dobson is a health, safety, and environmental technician employed at Paria since 2019. He's employed by Kenson Operation Limited, but assigned to Paria. In the execution of his duties, Mr. Dobson was under the direct supervision of Paria's HSC coordinator, Mr. Paul Yearwood. He took all of his instructions from Mr. Yearwood, who would normally tell him what his duties are on a daily basis. On the 25th February 2022, based on the instructions which he received from Mr. Yearwood, Mr. Dobson had the limited function to periodically check the hyperbaric chamber to ensure that the air quality in the chamber was safe and to make checks to ensure that the hot work conditions were satisfied and maintained by LMCS. Mr. Dobson was present when the Toolbox meeting commenced at about 8 a.m. on LMCS's barge on the 25th of February. The meeting was led by LMCS's HSC officer, Mr. Paul Dilpole, and LMCS's Managing Director, Mr. Kazim Ali Jr. At this meeting, the activities for the day was discussed, followed by a prayer. Following that meeting, Mr. Dobson assessed the area of the hot works, which included the air compressor area on LMCS's barge and the operation of the crane to ensure that all hot work conditions were met by the contractor prior to the commencement of work by the contractor. Mr. Dobson was satisfied that all safety conditions were met, and he revalidated the hot work certificate for work to commence by LMCS. At 9:30 a.m., Mr. Dobson performed an atmospheric test of the interior of the hyperbaric chamber via a valve located on the top cover of the said chamber. He deemed the atmosphere inside the hyperbaric chamber safe for work and updated Paria's offshore terminal supervisor, Mr. Jonathan Ramdan of same. Work commenced in the hyperbaric chamber from 10 a.m. until about 1:45 p.m. During this time, Mr. Dobson did periodic atmospheric check-in testing to ensure that the atmosphere inside the said chamber did not change and or was safe for work to continue therein. He also produced his witness statement at page 3027, a daily activity report for 25th of February 2022, containing a log of the checks and the times they were made by him. Mr. Dobson says he also ensured that all hot work conditions precautions remained unchanged. At around 1:45 p.m., the works in the chamber stopped, and Mr. Dobson observed the divers Kerban, Henry, and Nagisa exit the chamber. He then left Berth 6 and returned to shore for lunch. He stated that he didn't have to be on the site at all times, as his role on that day was to make periodic checks. At about 2:50 p.m., Mr. Dilpaul informed Mr. Dobson on his cell phone that LMCS's diving supervisor, Mr. Andrew Farah, reported that he observed a splash on the remote monitor, which showed the activities inside the chamber, and thereafter they lost communication with the divers. Mr. Dobson immediately informed Mr. Ramdan as well as Mr. Yearwood of the information received, and he then returned to Berth 6 at 3:12 p.m. to meet Mr. Dilpaul to gather more information as to what occurred. At 4:55 p.m., Mr. Dobson observed 3 divers, Cody, Ramata, and Michael Kerban, arrive on the scene to assist in the search and rescue. At around 5:10 p.m., Mr. Dobson heard a knock sound and a voice which appeared to be in distress coming from the hyperbaric chamber. Upon hearing this, he climbed onto the scaffolding leading from the booth to the top of the chamber and made contact. He shouted, "Help coming," to which a voice replied, "Okay." Mr. Dobson then observed that Christopher Budram was pulled out of the chamber by Cody and Ramata. Mr. Dobson assisted Mr. Budram upon a launch vessel. He performed a body scan assessment to determine if Mr. Budram sustained any trauma. He used a knife to expose his bodysuit and observed trauma to the left side of his face, left arm, left torso, and right ankle. There were no exposed bones or bleeding. Mr. Dobson used a rag to clean Mr. Budram's mouth, eyes, and ears due to the presence of hydrocarbon on his entire suit and body. Mr. Budram appeared to be in pain. Mr. Budram was transported back to shore and handed over to Paria's ambulance staff by Mr. Dobson. Mr. Dobson then returned to Berth 6. At approximately 7 p.m., Mr. Dobson took 5 empty scuba cylinders from LMCS's barge back to shore for refilling. He says these cylinders were used by the rescue divers on site. At 8:15 p.m., Mr. Dobson boarded a vessel to return to Berth 6, where he remained until around 10:15 p.m. He had no further involvement in the matter, and he returned to work at Paria on the 7th of March. Mr. Dobson, is this an accurate summary of your evidence?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Mr. Maharaj, are there any questions?
Just a few. Mr. Dobson, is it correct that even though you were employed by Kenson, you worked full-time at Paria in the HSE department as an HSE technician?
Not full-time, as and when required, but yes, in the HSE department at Paria.
And you took instructions when you worked there from Mr. Paul Yearwood?
That's correct.
he gave you instructions what to do and how to do it.
Yes.
And you say you didn't work full time. You worked every day of the week.
Most times every day of the week, but our contract with Kenson states as and when required. So we may work 2 weeks for the month or 3 weeks. It depends on the workload.
Okay. But on this day in question, you were working at Paria, at the offices of Paria, and you were taking full instructions from Paria
Yes.
as to what to do and how to do it.
Yes.
Correct. You were present at the Toolbox meeting on that date.
That's correct.
At the Toolbox meeting, what was your function? What was your duty?
Which one?
On the
5 or 6 or both?
at Berth 6, sorry. At the Toolbox meeting at Berth 6.
Yes, so my presence there, in my normal duties, I don't have to be there, but why I went is because I would like to know what the contractor is actually about to do. So I can have an idea of if I have to discuss any further hazards with regards to our facilities there, right? So I made myself present there to be involved in that Toolbox meeting.
But you got instructions from Mr. Yearwood to go there.
Yeah, definitely,
Yes.
definitely.
So your instructions from Mr. Yearwood, who was the superior officer at a senior officer at Paria,
Yes.
to go to the Toolbox meeting and to report to him what was happening.
Yeah, it's normal.
So what was your function then at the Toolbox meeting? To see what work was to be done, or what was your function?
Yes, basically to document like what work needs to be done and ensure that the permit and the hot work certificate was in alignment to what work was to be done by the contractor on that day.
The work permit and
The hot work certificate.
So you regarded your duty was to ensure that the matters referred to in the work permit were complied with,
Yes,
and therefore you spend some time monitoring the works which were being done.
well, I wouldn't want to say monitoring because there was a waiting period. This is not a regular job where you just go on a construction site and you start to function. They were to do certain things before they actually enter the chamber. Right, so in between, I would have been doing periodic checks.
You know Mr. Manmohan Balkaran?
Yes, I do.
And what he is at Paria?
I believe he is the maintenance lead.
Yeah. Did you perform day-to-day monitoring of the works at
No.
Paria?
Of this particular task?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
So on that date, what I want to get from you, and I want to, if you can answer me, on
Yes.
that date, you went to the Toolbox meeting. You knew what were the works to be done because that was discussed at the meeting.
Yes.
And did you have a duty to monitor the works after the Toolbox meeting?
No, my duty was to do periodic checks as per the permit to work
Periodic checks on what?
on the work area. So the hot work tasks, which were the operation of the crane barge and the operation of the compressor.
So your monitoring, are you telling us your monitoring and your instruction from Paria
Yeah.
was just to monitor what?
The hot work activities, which were the operations on the crane barge and the operation of the air compressor, as well as the atmospheric testing, which is the air that exits the chamber.
So your work did not...
just a moment, let me just understand. Thank you. So just reiterate, please, for me, what you say you were monitoring.
Right, so there were certain conditions that the contractor had to meet and upkeep. For example, we had hot work.
I don't want examples. I just want you to tell me, please, what were you monitoring?
Monitoring to ensure that the contractor upkept the conditions that were required on the hot work certificate,
Right.
and also to ensure that the quality of air inside the chamber remains the same at all times or remains unchanged.
Thank you.
Did you have to monitor whether the migration barrier, you know what was the migration barrier?
Yes, yes, I do.
Did you have to monitor whether the migration barrier was being used?
No.
So you did not get any instructions to monitor the migration barrier?
No.
No.
Well, before you move on from that, please, can I just understand that? See, we've been told that the migration, one of the purposes of the migration barrier was to ensure that there were no fumes that emanated from the pipe into the chamber. Yes?
Yes,
You would agree with that, presumably?
agree.
Right. So obviously, were you aware that the migration barrier was already in place?
Yes, I was already aware.
It would, of course, concern you, I imagine, if that migration barrier were removed.
Yes, it would of course concern, definitely.
Because that would mean that there was at least the possibility, if not probability, of fumes emanating from the pipe into the chamber.
Definitely.
So any removal of the barrier would be something you would wish to know about.
Yes.
And
correct.
if you did know about it, what would you have done?
Well, first I would have asked the contractor supervisor to hold the operation.
Right, stop.
Yes.
So the minute had you been made aware that someone in that chamber was removing the barriers, you would have said, stop.
Definitely.
Because as far as you were concerned, that might impact on the air quality, if nothing else, in the chamber.
Definitely.
Right. Were you ever told that the barrier was being removed?
No.
Were you ever told that the barrier would be removed that day?
No.
No. So do we take it then that your understanding of the position is that there should have been no removal of that barrier?
Correct.
Right. We've also heard evidence that the removal of that barrier took some time to do.
Yeah.
Because there are two for a start. How often, you said you were carrying out periodic checks. How often were your periodic checks?
So based on the report that is on the screen there, I believe I did it every hour. But I remain on the berth because normally there's a transportation issue. If we go to show and come back, I may not be able to get in the specific time frame that I'm looking at.
Yeah. Were you aware then that before lunch on the 25th, one of the barriers had been removed?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
You say you checked for what was going on periodically about every hour, you say. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
So am I to understand you were actually stationed on berth 6?
No, I was back and forth on the barge and on berth 6 because the operation of the crane barge and the operation of the compressor was on the barge.
Right. So between the two, but I mean, they're next to each other, aren't they?
Yes.
It's literally stepping off the barge, stepping onto the berth, then back again. Yes?
Correct.
All right. So in the period of time that you were there, and I think it was up until lunchtime, is that right?
Yeah, about lunchtime.
So had the men stopped work for their own lunch before you left? You're nodding. You have to say yes or no.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. The men who were working in the hyperbaric chamber, they stopped for lunch. We know they stopped for lunch at a particular time. Were you there when they stopped for lunch?
I left when they stopped for lunch. So
right. When they stopped for lunch, you stopped for lunch.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Majid.
But after lunch, you went back in the hyperbaric chamber?
Technically, no, not inside.
Not inside.
No, sir. I am not a diver.
Okay.
You went back to the berth.
You
Went
went
back
back to the berth.
Before I returned to the berth, I got a phone call that there was an
Okay.
emergency and the divers were missing.
Okay.
I think
Did
you can put time on that, can't you?
Oh.
I think you stopped work when they stopped work, which is about at about
1:45.
1:45. Yes,
Yeah, around that.
that's the sort of time. They remained on the barge, didn't they?
Yes.
And then you got one of the Paria boats back to the.
No, I actually left on the LMCS Pirogue.
All right. Well, whichever.
Yeah.
You left on a boat and went back to shore
Yes.
to have your own lunch.
Yes.
But before you could get back, you heard that there had been problems.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
As an HSE technician, you knew that Paria had a screen to monitor the works that were going on in the chamber.
I believe that screen belonged to LMCS. So
But do you know what was the purpose of that screen?
I am of the belief that it was to monitor the activity inside and to maintain line of sight between the dive supervisor and the workers in the chamber.
And who used that screen to monitor the works?
That would have been the dive supervisor from LMCS. I believe his name is Andrew as well.
So Paria did not use that screen to monitor the works?
No, I hardly even see anybody.
As far as you are telling us, was there any system that you knew that Paria monitored the works continually during its operations that day?
No, not that I know of.
Not that I know.
No.
Now, Mr. Balkaran sought on affidavit. I'm sorry, he signed a witness statement in these proceedings, and I want you to tell me if what he said is true. At page 1436, paragraph 43, he says that you were assisted by Rajiv Mangali and Houston Majid Singh in performing the day-to-day monitoring of the works. You want to put it up? 1436, paragraph 43.
And whose statement is this?
Manmohan Balkaran.
Balkaran.
Look at 3.
Yes.
Paragraph 43, perform day-to-day monitoring of the works along with the terminal operations personnel, such as Kurt Scott Kenson and HSE personnel, such as Andrew Dobson.
Yes, so the part where my name is there, Andrew Dobson, yes, I will do day-to-day monitoring. So the first day of the job activity would have been on the 15th, and the second day would have been on the 25th. So those are the days in question.
Your understanding of your duties on that day was not to monitor the works continuously.
No, that is not in my job description, nor in the competent person duties which I perform. The competent person duties is part of the permitted work procedure. So to actually monitor, I am not aware of that.
Okay. If you had the duty that day to monitor the works that was being done in accordance with the work permit, and if you had seen on the screen that the plugs were being removed, what would you have done?
I would immediately contact the contractor official and have the job stopped.
I want to refer you to an activity report which you did at 10:20 at CB2 1021. Where's my CB2? Okay. Just find this one. CB2 1021. This one, this one. Yeah. And that was a report you did in respect of Berth 6 on the 15th of February 2022.
Yes.
And you would see there that you did a very detailed report, not so?
Yeah.
In effect, you stated what you saw, the activities, and everything that you saw. So wouldn't you agree with me that your job really was to monitor the works, to ensure that the works were done in compliance with the work permit?
From the permit to work system, no. That is the duty of the applicant and the contractor official.
That's the duty of?
The applicant and the contractor official.
That's how you understood this to be?
Yes, my function is basically to carry out the duties of the competent person.
To carry out the duty of the competent person. And who is a competent person?
According to the permit to work system, the competent person is the one who develops precaution and conditions prior to hot work taking place in Class 1, Division 1 areas.
I want to refer you, are you familiar with the permit to work rules?
Yes.
Volume 1. Yeah. Page 29. And you see at 5.2, a competent person in Paria's to work system is an individual who has the required training, knowledge, experience, and qualifications to identify the hazards and to develop effective precautions for high standard activities such as hot work, confined space, entry, and electrical works. Correct?
Yes.
But wouldn't that be a Paria official?
Well, basically, I function under Paria, so I will be one of the persons who were trained in the system and was authorized to be a competent person in the permit to work system and to carry out the functions of same.
Did you consider you had the expertise to be a competent person?
Yes, so after the training, we would have an assessment. This assessment would have been submitted to Paria, and then they give authorization to perform same duties.
So you're agreeing with me then that you had the expertise to monitor the work?
To a point, yes.
And you believe you are a competent person in accordance with the permit to work rules?
Yes.
Can I just come back to the role that you understood yourself to have, all right?
Yeah.
Mr. Dobson, in this document here, competent person,
Yeah.
that's you for these purposes, isn't it?
Yes.
Right? And we scroll to the bottom of that particular passage. The one on the bottom there says periodically check the site and equipment to ensure the conditions for certification have not changed.
Yes.
And that's what you were telling us earlier. That
Yes.
was your you performing this function periodically.
Yes.
What I want to understand is you said your periodic checks were about every hour. what were you checking every hour?
Checking to make sure that the atmospheric condition inside the chamber had not changed. So basically, I will climb on the scaffolding, and there's a valve on top that you could just crack, and I'll take an atmospheric test in there. So that will give me an idea of the type of air inside the chamber, right? The other one is to ensure that the conditions for hot work on the barge have remained unchanged as well. So should I give an example?
Well, let's take, you can give me an example in a minute, but can we just take one thing at a time? So you climb onto the scaffolding to test the air quality inside the chamber.
Yeah.
And in order to do that, there's some sort of little tube or something
Yeah.
you put on, and there's a meter.
Yes.
And you read the meter and it says, yes, it's okay.
Yes.
Kind of thing, yes?
Yes.
And indeed, you kept a record of that, didn't you?
Yes.
And that record shows that you checked it at 11 o'clock, 11:55, and at 12:55, all
Yeah.
right? So we didn't go to it, but it supports what you're saying, that you did this every hour or so.
Yes.
All right? And did you regard checking the air quality inside that hyperbaric chamber hourly as sufficient?
Yes.
Because of what? Why wouldn't it be every half an hour, for example?
Okay, so the first thing is that there wasn't any actual hot work inside the chamber.
Right.
That would have been done on the 15th. So on the 15th, we will check it.
That was all over.
Yeah, so the welding, the cutting, the grinding was all over. And then earlier that morning, LMCS conducted an air quality test on the air that is coming from the compressor, and that was deemed fit. So I make a decision and I say every hour.
So that was you.
Yeah.
Nobody's telling you do it hourly or half hourly or whatever. You make that
Yeah.
decision.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not criticizing. I just want to understand. So you do that every hour.
Yeah.
Right. That takes, I don't know, what, 10 minutes or so, I suppose.
About 5.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. And then in between that, you were saying you then go on to do your other checks.
Yeah.
Which are?
So I'll check on the barge to make sure that the compressor is functioning as it should, meaning no leaks or no additional.
It's still working.
Yeah. I will also check the crane barge for the same thing, make sure the extinguishers are where they're supposed to be. There was a standalone gas monitor on the barge as well. Make sure that is on and functioning as it's supposed to be.
Right.
Right. And make sure no one moves the fuel where it's not supposed to be. So the fuel is supposed to be a safe distance away from the ignition source.
Constantly looking around, making sure everything's all right.
Yeah.
So you were aware, weren't you, that there was a screen that was being monitored?
Yes, I was aware.
Right. And there was also this man, Kurt Scott.
Yeah.
Who was there as well, wasn't he?
Yes, he was on the boat.
What was he doing?
I wasn't sure, but I understand it to be that normally when we have work on a boat or near a facility where there's offshore operations, they will have a offshore operator present to do like maybe pollution checks and so on.
Right.
Yeah.
So you just assumed that was the case.
Yes.
So did you see the screen that was on the? It was on the barge, I think, wasn't it?
No, the screen was on the boat.
On the berth itself.
Yes.
Was it? All
yes.
right. So did you see that screen?
Yeah, once or twice I would have seen what was taking place.
So when you looked at the screen, what could you see?
The last thing I saw while looking at the screen was the removal of the solid blank. Right, so you could actually see the guys around the top of the riser working.
Right, and they were removing a solid blank?
Yeah.
That's the cap, as it were, on top?
Yes.
Right. And that was the last you saw when you were looking at that screen?
Yes.
Right. Of course, having the screen available gave you an opportunity to see what was actually being done, if you wanted to.
Yes, I agree.
But Mr. Yearwood didn't instruct you to make regular checks, even if they were only periodic?
No.
Did you yourself think it might have been prudent to do so?
Yes.
And did you?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mahar.
But when you saw the blank being removed, you would have known that according to the work permit, the barrier must not be removed, must be used.
Yeah, the barrier have to be used. The blank is something totally different.
Yes, Did it not occur to you as the technician on the scene representing Paria, and you're supposed to be ensuring compliance with the work permit, that you would wait and see what was happening to see whether they were going to remove the barrier?
Well, I know it to be that once the solid blank is removed, the top of the riser that they have suspended in the chamber will be the next step.
So you assumed?
No, based on the information given on the toolbox talk, as soon as the toolbox talk was finished, I document that immediately. I have OneDrive on my phone, so I document that immediately because I am not the subject matter expert to say which are the steps they take. So they tell me. So I have it documented on my report as consecutive steps. So based on that information, I know, based on the toolbox meeting, that the next step was to place the new section of the riser onto the flange and make the coupling or install the bolts and gaskets.
So therefore, you wanted to ensure that that was complied with, that in effect, the next step was complied with. Wasn't that your job? If you had to monitor for compliance with the job you think that Paria wanted to be done, you had to remain there and see whether they were in effect removing the migration barrier.
But removal of the migration barrier was not part of the plan.
I know that is what you are saying. That is not the point. The question I'm asking you, you have told us on evidence that you saw this covering of the pipe being removed.
Yes.
And under that covering were the migration barriers.
Yes.
Right. So you saw that being removed. Wouldn't you have known then that if they had removed the barriers, that could have caused a problem?
Yes, the removal of the barriers, yes, it would have caused a problem.
So you saw them removing that. You know that the job which has to be complied with is to bring the other part of the pipe, to connect it. And you didn't stay to see what was happening?
That is not my duty. I was there to do periodic checks. The contractor official is supposed to be the one ensuring that they conform to their steps.
I'm sorry to keep interrupting. When you saw the blank plate, I'm going to call it that so that I understand, right, being removed from the flange that was left from previously, okay, there's a blank plate. So they've got to take that off before they can do anything, right? So they take that plate off, all right? That exposes at least the one of the barriers that are in the pipe.
Yeah.
You thought that the next job that was going to happen was the lowering of the new section, which had been prefabricated, onto the flange that existed.
Yeah.
How big is that new section?
Well, it would have been the same diameter as the old section,
right,
and maybe 12 or 15 feet tall, or 20 feet tall.
20 feet tall.
Yeah.
Did you understand that before they could do that, the hyperbaric chamber needed to be removed? Or were they going to do it inside the chamber?
No, they will bolt it together inside the chamber.
Right.
Then the hyperbaric chamber will be removed.
And is it a straight section that was being fitted on?
Yes, sir,
right,
straight, yeah.
So about 15 feet tall, inside the hyperbaric chamber, this piece would be lowered down onto it and bolted.
Yes.
So, how did it get into the hyperbaric chamber?
Okay, so prior to all this conversation, the first thing that would have been done in the morning, they would have removed the old section. So the old section was pre-rigged inside. So the first task for the day was the removal of the top cover of the hyperbaric chamber and remove the old section. They placed that onto the barge and they rigged the new section. Then they placed it back and then closed the cover.
I'm not quite following you. It's probably me. I'm sure it is me.
Yeah.
So when you went there on the day one, 25th of February.
Yes.
Day one, 25th of February. Was the old section still in place?
Yes, it was in the hyperbaric chamber.
Right. But had been removed?
No, that was the first thing to be done, remove the old section.
Right. And that old section was fitted where?
It was rigged inside the hyperbaric chamber because
Hanging there.
yeah, because the newly welded flange had a blank.
Right. So they took the old section away.
Yeah,
How did they do that?
via the use of the crane. Right. So normally they will unbolt the section, unbolt the top cover of the hyperbaric chamber, and remove the entire thing. So the top cover will come out together with the old section, the top cover of the hyperbaric chamber.
Is the hyperbaric chamber open?
It could be open via a series of huge bolts. I don't know. It could be.
Right, but it wasn't.
No, it wasn't
Right.
open.
But this piece of pipe that had been the old section that was being removed.
Yeah.
How did they get it out of the hyperbaric chamber?
Right. So they unbolted the top cover of the hyperbaric chamber and lift everything in one. So the top of the hyperbaric chamber is circular. It's connected to the hyperbaric chamber via a series of bolts. And there are two, maybe 3/4 inch holes in the top cover where the wire ropes are attached to the pipe and the crane.
So they pull it right out.
Yeah. So the cover of the hyperbaric chamber came off as well.
Right.
And then they rest that entire assembly onto the crane barge. They remove the old section of the piping and put in a new section.
You saw all of this happening.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I want to get to, you see. So after you'd seen the blank, this piece come out, the new piece has to go in.
Yeah.
Did you understand there to be a carber test that had to take place?
Yeah, there had to be a carber test. So the carber test would have been before they attached the two pieces together, the
Right.
new section and the welded flange.
So, well, somebody had to perform that carber test.
Yes.
Did you know who was going to do that?
No, I did not know. But I saw when the technicians came on site, but they were not divers.
No,
So
they're not LMCS people.
no.
No. So different people coming on board
Yes.
to do the carber test.
Yes.
Did you know whether any part of the barriers had been removed before that carber test?
No.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Much obliged. I want to show you the permit to work rules again under competent person
Yes.
and what the competent person shall do. If you look at bullet point 2, identify any deficiencies in equipment or method statement for the job and the potential adverse consequences. Okay?
Yes.
So what I want to ask you, I want to get back to the point, but I want to ask you, you know from what happened afterwards that the migration barrier was removed
Yes.
and it caused the persons to be sucked into the pipe.
Yeah.
Would you agree with me that if, as you said, you had seen on the video screen that they had removed the top of the riser?
The solid blank.
Yes, the solid blank.
Yeah.
And you had remained there to see what was happening, you could have stopped the work?
I agree.
You agree. And if you had stopped the work, this accident would not have occurred.
I agree.
So are you telling us today that as far as you knew, how long you working at Paria?
Since November 2019, so approximately 3 years.
As far as you are aware of, Paria did not have anybody assigned to monitor the compliance of this job in accordance with the work permit that day?
I can only answer from the HSE department.
Yes, so what is your answer?
So I was to do periodically check. So if you are saying monitoring means constant, do you mean
Yes.
constant monitoring?
Continuously,
No.
continually?
No.
No. Well, let's go to after the accident, all right?
Yes.
You could probably help us with this. You're aware that work permits were suspended after this accident occurred?
Yes.
And the suspension of those work permits would have meant that LMCS could not have continued any more works.
They could not have continued any more works with regards to the operation of the hyperbaric chamber, as well as the exact specific task on the work permit. So they could not have continued that.
And that would include diving activities.
I am not sure. I only know of one permit that was suspended upon being informed by the applicant on that day, and that was the work in the hyperbaric chamber. I am not sure about the diving permit.
Were you aware of any of LMCS plan after the accident for rescue?
No.
No. Were you aware of any of Paria's plans after the accident for rescue?
No.
No more questions for this.
Just 1 minute. Yes, you were present when Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe.
Definitely.
And I think you helped in making an initial scan of him to see if he was injured and so on.
Yes.
Did you have some first aid treatment, first aid experience yourself?
Not just first aid, emergency medical technician.
Right, so you have some knowledge in that field, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was good, I'm sure. Can you just help me about this? Your role at this point in time was really finished, wasn't it?
Yes.
Your specific task that you were there for
Yes.
had already concluded.
Yes.
There was nothing left to monitor, was there?
Correct.
But did it seem, or did anyone suggest to you that someone should accompany Mr. Boudram to the hospital or wherever he was being taken? Not least someone like yourself who had some medical experience. Did you go on the barge with him, for example?
Yes, so I went on one of Paria launches. That would have been the Wahoo. So I went and handed him over to the medical staff at the landing area.
Right.
Yeah. And I give them all the pertinent information, like he sustained an injury to one of his ankle, and there was a lot of trauma to his body. Right?
Yeah, he was obviously covered in oil and so on.
Yes.
You helped to clean him up as best you could in his face and so on.
Yes.
But he was talking though, wasn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And I dare say he was distraught, but he was talking.
He was.
Conscious.
Yes.
Lucid.
Yes.
Did you or anyone to your knowledge seek to obtain from him such information as he might have been able to give about the conditions in the pipeline and his colleagues?
I would not know what happened when I handed him over to the staff, but on our journey to the launch landing from Berth 6,
yes,
he would have informed me that everybody in the pipe is still alive, right?
Just pause, please. Just so that we have a sense of time scale,
yeah.
From the moment he came out and you were able to attend to him,
yes,
as a medic,
yes,
to the point in time when you handed him over to the ambulance, what sort of period of time are we talking about?
It could be between 8 and 10 minutes. That's the normal time to reach from Berth 6 to...
Right.
Yeah.
And he went on one of the launches, did you say?
Yes.
Yes. Were the Coast Guard there at that time?
I believe the Coast Guard was there at that time.
Anyway, he went on one of the launches. So
yes.
It would have been, let's say, 10 minutes at the outside between your getting hold of him yourself and handing him over to the ambulance people.
Yeah.
And in that 10-minute period, he would have informed you, you were telling me, that the others were alive.
Yes, and they could not account for Rishi. Well, he said Blacks, right? Blacks is Rishi's
you
nickname.
Knew that Rishi
to
be Rishi. Right?
He could not account for him.
Couldn't account for Rishi.
No.
But he used the word blacks.
Yeah.
That's his nickname, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. What else did he tell you?
That Mr. Kurban was right behind him in the pipe.
Kurban was right behind him.
Yeah.
Did he say anything about where in the pipe, whether he was in the vertical section or the horizontal section?
No, he didn't specify. I believe he was more concerned about getting the point that we should go back in there.
Yeah.
You know?
Not to put too fine a point in it, was he shouting, go back and get them, go and get them, words to that effect?
Yes.
I mean, he was obviously distressed,
Yes.
but he was able to answer anything you might have asked him.
I believe the only thing he didn't really know was the actual time of day.
How long he was down there.
Yeah.
Right.
And when he came out, he didn't know like what time of day it is, right? But he was able to give his phone number of his next of kin.
He gave you his phone number of next of kin?
Yeah, which would have been his wife.
So he gave you his wife's phone number?
Yeah.
How many digits would that be?
7.
Right, 7 number.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Well, the first thing he asked is where we taking him. So I advise that most likely San Fernando General might be the best place, right? Because they will treat with the emergency then. And it's then only give me his wife number. He also told me that she's a nurse there. She's a nurse at the San Fernando General Hospital.
She's a nurse at that hospital?
Yeah.
So he told you that she was a nurse at the hospital. Did he say anything about concern about his air pressure having been down for any length of time?
No, he didn't explain anything about that.
Did you tell him how long he'd been missing?
Yes.
Did he express any concern when you told him that?
The only expression I was seeing from him is a lot of pain, right?
Right.
So there was a lot of bawling.
He was obviously in pain, wasn't
Pain.
he? Yeah.
Pain, distress, frustration.
When you say frustration with what? Did he express that?
Well, I believe if somebody is telling you the same thing over and over and you're not really giving them any reaction,
right,
they tend to get frustrated. So he
well,
was
I think
keep
that
on
happens
saying,
to us all, doesn't it?
yeah, he was keep on
happens to
saying,
me.
go for them, send
Yeah.
back somebody in there. He kept saying that on and on.
At the time when you were when he first came out, how many people were on the barge and the berth?
There were probably 5 of us on the boat. There were 2 of us on the scaffolding. One other guy was with me. I can't remember his name. There were a few people in LMCS Pirog, maybe around 4 or 5.
Right. Were any divers, obvious divers there?
In the water?
No, on the berth or on the barge?
No, the divers were in the water.
They were already in.
Yeah, so
they're the ones who got him out. The pipe.
yeah, I believe it was Ramuta and Cody. I hope that's his correct name.
Right. It matters not. But
yeah,
anyway, there were divers there.
Yes.
But his preoccupation, if I can put it like that, was go and get them.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one instructed you to travel with him.
No.
Or to seek to obtain from him such other information as might be obtained as to the condition of the pipeline that he had managed to escape from.
No.
Did he say anything to you about air pockets?
No, he didn't say.
Did he say anything to you about air supply in bottles?
No, he didn't say.
Or how he had dragged himself along that pipe? Anything like that?
No, he didn't say.
No. All right. But was he talking with you in the 10 minutes or so that it took you to get him to the ambulance?
Yes.
Continuously, and you talking to him?
Yes.
No doubt trying to reassure him as well.
Yes, definitely.
Well, thank you for that. All right, thank you. Right, so I think what we'll do is we'll have, first of all, counsel for LMCS, Ms. Persaud Maharaj is going to ask you some questions first, all right?
Yes.
That's the lady sitting over there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question for you, and that's pertaining to the meeting, the toolbox meeting on the morning in question.
Yes.
You were present.
Yes.
All right. Was there any other personnel from from Paria present?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, that's all.
I think you said earlier that you wouldn't ordinarily attend such a meeting. Is that right?
Yeah.
But both Mr. Yearwood and yourself thought it prudent to do so.
Yes. Just basically to confirm the activities that the contractor was doing, to make sure it is, or it was in alignment with the permits, the specific tasks listed on the permits.
Yes. Anyone else? Yes. Sir. Don't forget to introduce yourself. I think Mr. Ramadan, I think you wish to speak for you. Did I see your hand up? Yes, I do. Right. Right, that's Mr. Chase Regas, isn't it? Yes. After the chase, yes. Don't suppose that's the first time.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I should go after Mr. Ramadan, as it's my witness.
Well, I'm not sure about it's anybody's witness other than ours, but are you asking to go after Mr. Ramadan?
Yes, please.
I don't have any difficulty with that, Mr. Ramadan. Well. Right. Well, I'm not sure how much more we can extract from this witness. Thank you very much. But all of you need to keep it short. Thank you, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Dobson. I am Prakash Ramadan, looking after the interests of Kurban's family, and of course, Yusuf Henry.
Yes.
First of all, let me thank you for giving comfort, as you've indicated, to Christopher. And I'm going to be very, very brief. Of course. Christopher Budram, as you've indicated, was coherent, clear in his communications. You have to say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And insisted repeatedly for persons to go back to get his colleagues, correct?
Yes, sir.
When he came out of that pipe area, who else from Paria or Kenson were in that area of the accident?
Sir, I cannot confirm. My main focus was to go down to that vessel, get on board, to get him to shore.
Absolutely.
I didn't pay attention to the barge. I was actually on the boat on top of the hyperbaric chamber when I saw him in the water.
Yes. And of course, this would have been traumatic for you also.
Definitely.
Yes. Did anyone attempt, because there were several other persons there, correct? To ask of him, that is Christopher Budram, the conditions in the pipe from which he had just come?
On the vessel that I was on, there was the captain, the deckhand, and the engineer. They were all assisting me. There were other people on the pirogue that received Christopher first from the water.
Yes.
I am not sure if they would have asked him questions with regards to that.
All right, let me take you back to the habitat area when he was pulled out, yes?
Yes.
You see, there were several persons there. One would imagine by this time there would have been several persons from Paria or Kenson together with you, if not necessarily in conversation with you. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Did anyone attempt to speak to him to elicit information from him as to the condition of the pipe from which he has just been rescued?
I cannot confirm.
Thank you very much. And at no stage from the moment you first saw him exiting the water to the time he got to the ambulance, did he lose consciousness?
No, sir.
No. Did you accompany him on the journey to the hospital with the ambulance?
No.
Did anybody do so? Connected to Kenson or Paria?
I would not have been sure of who went with him. I would have just handed him over to the ambulance staff at the launch landing facility.
Was there anyone from Paria or Kenson at that area where there was a handover to the ambulance?
I believe Mr. Yearwood was there, and one of my co-worker, I believe is Sandy Fodder, they received him.
They received him.
Yeah.
You appreciate.
You know, do you know that TTT went to a break to show NLCB? You know, I really don't understand this foolishness. How can this? We really need to start complaining because TTT can't be doing this, right? They're cutting the stream, and I refuse to show the NLCB numbers. So I will always stop the stream every time this happens. Why they're cutting it in such a critical moment? Wait until there's a break and show your stupid numbers. Nobody cares about the NLCB at this point in time. Look, anyway, it's going to come back very shortly, but I refuse to show NLCB numbers, so I will not be showing it, right? I will put it back up on the screen when the playway and stuff has done, right? But it's this critical moment, man. I think the Commission of Inquiry needs its own YouTube or whatever so that we don't have to keep relying on the TV station for the stream. We're now getting into the conversation and you're cutting it for playway. Nobody has time for that, man. Or let NLCB have its own channel. Anyway, sorry to complain, but I'm very fed up of this all the time. So we will be back in what, probably 3 or 4 minutes. I can still see the station showing the 10:30 numbers. The lady's about to press the balls. I mean, these things seem rigged anyway, but whatever. We just gotta wait, I suppose. I'm sorry about that, but there's not much I can do if the if the station is wanting to show this nonsense that no one cares about. So yeah. Well, folks, we just gotta wait. That's all we can do. All right. But yeah, do share the stream in the meantime for those who've been trying to follow. Yeah. I'm just reading some of the comments. Hold on, Someone said they better play 16 or 21. Correct stream should be separate from. Yes, a commenter from YouTube says that the video stream should be separate from the NLCB. I totally agreed. But yeah, we're just gonna wait a little bit, and for the Commission of Inquiry to replay. But I don't even know if the chair of the commission is even aware that the state media channel cuts off the middle of the Commission of Inquiry to play playway numbers. I think if he actually knew this was happening, he would be appalled at that, because the public, the reason that we can see the Commission of Inquiry, right, is so to be able to have access to the information and conversation of what's happening. And then when they cut off the stream to show stupidness that nobody cares about, gambling, albeit, right, we were missing critical information. We no longer have access to what is going on because the commission isn't stopping, to wait until the NLCB finish showing their stuff. It is carrying on all now, and so we're missing things that is happening, right? So anyway, it's just stupidness, man. Anyway, I see people commenting about their perspectives. Look, personally, I think Andrew Dobson is very honest, and I think that his honesty should be commended, albeit he did drop the ball, right? But the fact is that his honesty has allowed us to see the magnitude of failings as it pertains to what Paria did or didn't do, and the access to the information that they had. I mean, they had so many people with responsibilities for oversight. And as we heard from Andrew Dobson, it's only he who had a specific role and function to do was really the one monitoring that screen. And other Paria people and so on were just not there. So where were these people? Where were they? You had Colin Piper in St. Augustine, you had Michael Way somewhere else. Where were the people who were responsible for the jobs that they had to do? Right? Let's have a look. Someone says they are back on my connection. They're not back just yet. Hold on a second. They're not back just yet. Hold on. Just hold on a second, huh? I'm monitoring this thing. It's not back for me just yet. Okay, and I'm following a stream here. I'm still seeing the end. Okay, yes, it's back now. I will be connecting. They're just summarizing the numbers at the moment. I might be a couple seconds behind in this particular stream, but yeah, according to it, it's live for me.
Report.
Yes.
Well, not likely, certainly would have found its way in there.
Yes, so I am not an expert in this field
Yes,
of subsea.
yes,
So it was important for me to gather the steps as discussed in the toolbox meeting.
right.
And there is an order where it has to go.
And
And it is of my opinion that if we skip a step here, we're in trouble.
right, so you were focused to record what was said.
Yes.
And also, last two questions.
Just let me, I just want to make a note of that. You said, in your opinion, if you skipped a step, that would be trouble?
Trouble.
Right. How would you know?
From the discussion in the toolbox talk, there was an explanation of.
No. How would you know they skipped a step?
I would not know.
Yet you regarded it as important.
Yeah.
You also had the responsibility of checking the quality of the air in the chamber.
Definitely.
Right. So maintaining the pristine condition of the air is something that you would be focused on also.
Yes.
Removal of the barriers are likely to compromise the quality of the air in the chamber.
Definitely.
So anything or any talks in that toolbox meeting with respect to the removal of those barriers would be something that will be standing out to you like a sore thumb.
Yes.
Or a red flag.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for coming. Oh, I'm sorry. My colleague has a question. Forgive me, I'm so used to not calling upon you. Mr. Regas, yes, it's your, there is another question from Mr. Regas.
Yes, Mr. Pegas. Mr. Chairman.
Pegas. It's bound to have been wrong, I'm sorry. I was hoping to get through a whole day without getting a name wrong.
Yes.
And I've already failed and we haven't even had the morning break yet. So
Yes.
Forgive me, please. It's
Yes.
Pegas.
Pegas, yes.
You're sure?
Very. Yes.
All right.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Dobson, good morning.
Good morning.
You indicated in your statement that on the day in question, you took your instructions from Mr. Yearwood.
Yes, it's correct.
Did Mr. Yearwood instruct you at any time to constantly monitor the screen on the booth?
No, sir.
As you understood your function on the day in question, it did not include constantly monitoring that screen on the booth.
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
I think that my colleague here, Mr. Wilson, has some questions for you.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Dobson. I just want to test quickly the emergency response plan, or what looked like it. In getting Mr. Boudram to Shoreside, where he was taken to the San Fernando General Hospital, that ambulance or that emergency response on that side, that was enacted by Paria or LMCS, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, it was Paria.
Paria.
Yeah.
Did you hear any discussions or any awareness, because he's a diver, that they contacted a hyperbaric doctor or industrial medical professional or anything in the event or in service of treating with any potential decompression illnesses of a diver?
No, I wasn't aware if those arrangements were made or being made.
Okay, and no, you have no, you heard no discussions of this?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I think that is the conclusion of your evidence. I want to thank you for being frank and forthright. Thank you very much indeed for coming. You're free to go or stay as you please. All right. Thank you very much indeed. You all right? You don't need a break? All right, Mr. Maharaj, I think our next witness is
Harichand. Harichand.
Yes.
And Mr. Ronnie Bissessa will do the summary.
Super. We'll take his evidence and we'll have a break at around 11:30-ish. Have you got questions for him as well?
Yeah, yes.
All right. So let's have him and his summary, and then we'll have your questions. Thank you. Mr. Harichand, please. Yes.
I, Visham Harichand,
solemnly swear
that the evidence
I shall give to the Commission
that I shall give to the Commission
in this case
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you take those papers away, please? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Harichand.
Yes.
Right.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's going to happen next is that Mr. Bissessar is going to read a summary of the evidence that you provided so far, all right? So please listen to that carefully. If you agree with it, hopefully you will, at its conclusion, say so. And if you don't, let me know, all right? Sure. Hopefully that will take just a few minutes, and then there'll be some questions from Mr. Maharaj, who sits next to Mr. Bissar, right?
Yes.
And then others that might want to ask you questions. I hope that we'll be able to dispose of your evidence this morning, but that may not be possible, but we'll do our best, all right?
Sure.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Visham Harichand was Paria's acting offshore team lead on 25th February 2022, reporting to Mr. Colin Piper. Mr. Harichand provided a witness statement dated 28th October 2022 to the Commission, but declined to be interviewed by counsel to the Commission. That witness statement is at WB 1618.
Which volume is it? 4.
Volume 4.
Thank you.
On 9th May 2022, after the accident on 25th February 2022, Mr. Harichand left Paria and took up operations elsewhere. Mr. Harichand, says that his duties as acting offshore team lead included authorizing permits and certificates, monitoring and controlling all aspects of quality management systems, evaluating areas of non-conformance, and initiating appropriate corrective action, implementing and ensuring adherence to HSSEQ standards, and maintaining marine emergency response capability. Pre-accident involvement. Mr. Harichand was involved in pre-work activities for the clearing of number 36 Sealine Riser between berths 5 and 6, as well as the isolation of the pipeline from the berths. He says that in January 2022, he was an operations team supervisor, and part of his duties was to prepare the draft procedure for the clearing of the pipeline between berths 5 and 6 by LMCS. This draft procedure, after revision, was finalized as a work instruction number QOFW:001, which he signed on 7th January 2022. This is at Core Bundle 1033. The draft procedure was reviewed and revised by Mr. Harichand and then submitted to Mr. Jason Beckles, who was acting as the offshore team lead at the time, and then to Colin Piper for approval. He says that the line was cleared by LMCS, and he does not recall having any specific involvement in the execution of that process. Mr. Harichand recalls that the line clearing by LMCS, in accordance with work instruction number QOFOW:001, was consistent with Paria's permit to work procedure, which required the mitigation of the credible risks associated with performing hot works in a sufficiently flammable or combustible environment. Therefore, the clearing of the line was one of several precautions intended and designed to safeguard LMCS's employees, other workers, and personnel in the vicinity of the works, and to safeguard the facility from the credible risks of fire and or explosion. Mr. Harichand says he reviewed and approved the precautions and conditions listed on each hot work certificate, HWC. He also reviewed the job hazard analysis, JHA. He says he signed each of the HWCs as area authority. Mr. Harichand explains that he was also involved in pre-work activities for the isolation of the line done by LMCS. He signed 3 isolation checklists dated 11th November 2021, 31st January 2022, and 10th February 2022, respectively, which shows the steps taken to isolate the line. Post-incident involvement. Mr. Harichand first heard of the accident at about 3:10 p.m. on Friday, 25th February 2022, and immediately called Mr. Colin Piper, who was the incident commander leading the incident command team, the ICT. And he, Mr. Harichand, arrived at berth 6 at about 4:15 p.m. He said that he, Mr. Harichand, played a supportive role in relation to the ICT. Mr. Harichand says that he attempted unsuccessfully to get information on the accident from LMCS's employees, including Andrew Farah. He said that none of them made any request of him or asked him for assistance. Mr. Harichand explained that he informed the incident commander that 2 rescue divers were making preparations to enter the water. He also notified the incident commander of Christopher Boudram's rescue at approximately 5:36 p.m. Mr. Harichand says he relayed to Dexter Guerra that the incident commander did not want anyone diving into the pipeline because it was too dangerous. Mr. Harichand describes the borescope operations at about 11 p.m. on Friday, 25th February 2022. He said that when he arrived at Berth 6, he saw that the topside cover of the habitat was being removed by LMCS's employees. And when it was removed, LMCS's employees assisted Atlantic LNG personnel with deploying the borescope into 36 Sealine Riser. He says that the borescope went vertically all the way down the riser and then horizontally along the line. He said the line appeared to be filled with water with no evidence of air pockets. He said he saw what appeared to be an oxygen tank about 20 feet along the horizontal section, and unsuccessful attempts were made to maneuver the borescope past the object. Good, thank you. Mr. Harichand, can you confirm whether that summary is a fair and accurate representation of your witness statement?
It is.
Thank you, Mr. Harichand.
Mr. Maharaj.
Much obliged. Book certificates were issued by Paria.
Yes.
And according to you, at paragraph 24 of your witness statement, prior to the issuance of the hot work certificates, the line was cleared of hydrocarbons in accordance with the work instructions as described above. And those work instructions were issued by Paria.
Yes.
And then you said the clearing of the line of hydrocarbons was therefore consistent with Paria's PTW procedure, which required the mitigation of the credible risk associated with performing hot works, correct?
Correct.
And then I asked you to note your paragraph 25, and then you said, therefore, the clearing of the line was one of the several precautions intended and designed to safeguard the employees of LMCS, other workers and personnel in the vicinity of the works, and to safeguard the facility from the credible risk of fire and the explosion that could result from hot work that was required and authorized to be done by LMCS under the permits to work issued on that day in question. So am I correct, based on your statement, to say that Paria made a decision that the sea line had to be cleared?
Yes, in collaboration with LMCS.
Yes. And the sea line which had to be cleared was sea line 36, both topside and underwater between berths 5 and berth 6.
Yes.
And therefore, there were steps taken by Paria in collaboration with LMCS to have the line drained.
Yes.
And the instructions for the line being drained, which you are referring to, and I'll show it to you, it's at CB 3, page 1033.
It's not in that bundle, I don't think. It'll be brought to you in a moment.
Okay.
And it'll come up on the screen. It's on the screen now. Which passage did you want to refer to?
1033 is it?
We've got that page on the screen at the moment.
Oh, sorry.
Passage, yeah.
Could you look at the scope was to clear line 36 between berths 5 and berth 6. Those were the instructions, not so?
Yes.
Right. And the responsibilities for clearing the line whether the terminal operations manager had the overall responsibility for ensuring that this procedure is established and they stated the procedure which Paria agreed to
Yes.
and which Paria instructed to be done.
No, this was in collaboration with LMCS.
Yes, in collaboration with LMCS, but
Correct.
Paria instructed it to be done.
Yes, Sealine
Yes,
Riser.
yes. And then the offshore team lead had, as the offshore team lead of Paria, am I correct?
Yes.
Had the direct responsibility to ensure compliance with the procedure by review and etc. stated there. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes. And then you see the procedure.
Sorry, Mr. Maharaj, before we move on, who was the terminal operations manager?
Sorry, yes.
Mr. Colin Piper.
Mr.
Colin,
Piper?
yes, Colin Piper.
Right, so because the two people that are mentioned there are the terminal operations manager, that's Mr. Piper, and the offshore team lead, and that's you.
No, that would be Jason Beckles.
Mr. Beckles?
Yes,
I
at
thought
that
you were
time.
sharing it with him.
Yes, so when this procedure was drafted, Mr. Beckles was the acting offshore team lead at that time.
When this document was being drafted?
Yes.
Did you share that role, though, with Mr. Beckles?
At that time when it was drafted?
Yeah. No, not when it was drafted. I mean, generally, did you share it?
Yes, after Mr. Beckles acted, I would have taken up the offshore role in February the 1st.
February the 1st?
Yes.
Right. So that I'm clear, please. There was no full-time offshore team lead at the time.
No, it was a vacant position that the team lead at that time left Paria. So
Right.
it was vacant, and the offshore operations supervisors were rotating in that position.
Right. How many of you were there?
5.
5 of you.
Yes.
So you were each taking on the role for what, a month at a time?
There was not a decided period, so sometimes it'd be 2 months. My stint was 2 months.
Right. So and you started your stint on the 1st of February.
Yes.
So you were the offshore team lead from the 1st of February to the 1st of April.
Till the end of March.
End
yes.
of March, 1st of April, right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. But Mr. Beckles was your predecessor in that role.
Yes.
And you would have been described as the acting offshore team lead.
Subsequent to that, yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. I mean, was this a job that you coveted?
Sorry?
Did you want the job?
Yes, I wanted the job.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Well, only because if you're in an acting role, if you want the job, you want to try and impress, I'm assuming.
Yes, I tried to do the job to the best of my
your
ability.
Thank
Yes.
you very much. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry. I just needed to be clear.
Much obliged. And you see, there was a procedure stated in the instructions, and there was a step-by-step procedure to be followed. You see on the procedure?
Yes.
And I'll take you to the procedure, right? Go to the next page. And you would see under different headings throughout until at page 1038, a stage-by-stage procedure like a method statement as to how to do it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the method include air blowing.
Yes.
Yes. Air blowing of the contents of the pipeline.
Yes.
I have looked, and you were involved. I noticed this was reviewed by you. Your signature is there on the first page.
Yes, that's correct.
And unless I miss it, I have been looking to see whether anywhere in these pages, this step-by-step procedure, there is as to how much, what is the quantity of oil which existed and what is the quantity of oil which had to be drained. Could you help me if you could find that in these documents?
No, that was not identified.
That was not identified.
No.
Could you help us today to tell us if you know how much oil was drained?
No, I don't know.
And therefore you can't help us as to how much oil was in the pipeline which had to be drained?
No.
How much liquid content?
No, not volume, no.
But I also looked in these documents prepared by Paria in collaboration with LMCS to see whether there is any mention of a risk of a differential pressure if too much oil was drained from the line. Are you in agreement with me? There's no mention of that?
There's no mention.
So I would be correct in saying, Mr. Harichand, that in the preparation of this document for the execution of the works, delta P hazard was not identified.
Correct, that was not identified.
Now, you are aware now, after the events of the 25th of February, you are aware that there is expert evidence in these proceedings to show that because of the void of the liquid content in the line, it created the delta P hazard.
Yes, I saw some reports.
Yes. And you're aware that that caused the migration barriers to be sucked in, particularly the inflatable plug to be sucked in, and it created a vortex and the men were sucked into the pipeline.
Yes.
So would you agree with me that the extent of the draining of the line on reflection was an important aspect to be considered for the execution of these works?
Yes.
And in the light of what has happened and your experience and knowledge and what you know of what has happened, if you had to do this again, you would certainly take a note of the quantity of oil in the pipeline to be drained. Am I correct? Would you not do that on reflection now, if you have to do it again?
Well, I was of the impression that the haulage was actually giving you that amount in the line, but on reflection, I suppose, yes, I would look more closely at volume.
But I can't hear you, sorry.
Yes, I would look at volume. In hindsight, yes.
But you don't know how much oil, how much of the liquid content was drained from the underwater piping?
No.
No. So as having regard to the position and your expertise that you have and what you know, if it is that you had to review this document again for a similar job, would you not agree with me that one of the most important things in executing a job like this to drain the line, that you will have to know how much content, the quantity of the liquid content in the line, and how much you're going to drain?
Yes, or you could also confirm with the level as well on both ends. Yeah.
I'm a bit concerned about that, just doing it by level. The idea was to isolate this complete pipe, was it not, ultimately?
Yes.
Right. So just dealing with it as a U-bend for our purposes. We've got the two risers, 5 and 6 on either side, with a piece of pipe joining them together underwater, all right? This is the piece of pipe. We know the diameter of the pipe, don't we?
Yes.
We know the length, the overall length of the pipe, do we not?
Yes.
It is a mathematical exercise to calculate how much fluid would fill that pipe, is it not?
Yes.
Right. So when you opened it at one end and you opened it at the other end, you can see where the level of the water or fluid, oil, whatever it was in either side of this piece of pipe, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you'd be able to measure from the top of wherever you were down to that particular level of fluid on either side, which presumably would be the same unless the pipe was higher, all right? And you'd be able to deduct that from the overall amount of fluid that should be in this pipe, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you would know then what the total amount of fluid in this pipe was.
Yes.
It would also tell you, wouldn't it, if you were to remove a specified amount of fluid from that pipe, where it would take you down on either side.
Yes.
I take 1 pint, it moves by this much. If I take 2 pints, it moves that much. Correct?
Yes.
I know you measure it in barrels, but I don't really deal in barrels. So for me to understand, you being responsible for this exercise would have wanted to know, surely, what is the total amount of fluid that is in this pipe?
No, the focus was on the actual level. At the time of discussions, that was the focus.
I follow that.
Yeah.
My concern is this. If you knew what the total amount of fluid was in this pipe, and you removed, let's say, 30 barrels, that should bring the ullage to a particular point, shouldn't it?
Yes, correct.
If it didn't, what would it tell you?
If it didn't come down to that level?
Yes, if you had the total amount of fluid in this U-pipe and you removed, you knew what that was, all right? And you removed 30 barrels,
correct,
you'd know where that should take you, wouldn't you? You'd be able to calculate it.
Yes.
I can't. There are plenty of mathematicians, I'm sure, who can, all right?
Yeah.
And if it didn't go to where you expected it to go, what would that tell you?
That's, yeah, that's the volume. There's an issue with the volume.
Yes, there might have been air in the pipe.
Yeah.
It would tell you that, wouldn't it?
Yes.
There could be no other explanation.
Yeah.
Would that forewarn you of a danger that might exist into differential pressures?
Yes, in hindsight, yes.
Well, no, not with hindsight, with foresight.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Harichand, the procedure which Paria authorized in collaboration with LMCS was air blowing.
Correct.
Boat 5.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And I have no expertise, but you could probably help us. Wouldn't that air blowing could cause air pockets in the line?
Not that I am aware
Not that
of.
you know.
Yeah.
Now, do you know whether Paria has records of how much oil or how much liquid content was taken from the underwater piping?
No, I'm not sure.
Did you take steps for a record to be kept as to how much oil or liquid content you were taking from the underwater piping?
There is records how much volume entered the tank, but that is an estimate.
Is there records of how much volume was taken out, how many barrels were taken out?
Directly from the line?
Yeah.
No, I can't see if that would have been directly from the line.
We have on the record disclosed to us Paria's daily work reports in respect of the removal of the liquid content. I won't go through them with you, but I want to show them to you. So you will tell me whether you know about those reports or not. Okay?
Correct.
They can be found at starts in volume 2. It starts at page 992. Let me 992. And sorry, 994. Sorry, 994. And you have dates, and it goes until for some distance until 10, 11, 10, 12. And it's there, but have you ever seen these reports? Are you, sorry, I thought the witness had it.
No.
It's on the screen.
Yeah.
Have
no.
you ever seen these reports?
No, I haven't.
Well, they're part of the record in these proceedings, and I just want to put something to you. You know there were 2 phases of the line clearing.
Yes.
Phase 1 and phase 2.
Yes.
Phase 1 was the removal of the liquid content from topside, and phase 2 was the removal of the liquid content between berths 5 and 6 underwater.
Correct.
Right. Now, according to those daily reports, we have checked it, and I'm putting to you that over 800 barrels of oil was removed by Paria in the phase 1 air blowing of topside. Would that surprise you?
Yes.
Yes. And in the underwater pipe in phase 2, we have checked it. Over 500 barrels of oil was removed in the phase 2 air blowing. Would that also surprise you?
Yes.
Now you have seen, sorry. You have seen the Incotec report in this matter, the expert report.
No, I haven't.
Well, I just want to, it's in the supplemental core bundle, and it's at page 1394. And I just want to refer you to look at paragraph 2.3 on page 1394. The removal of fuel oil from line and the installation of a migration barrier as stipulated in Paria's scope of work, section 2.1 and 3.1.12, respectively, created a large gaseous void in Sealine SL36. This void served as a prerequisite for the latent differential pressure hazard that was created when the habitat was installed and pressurized to facilitate work within the said habitat. The hazards associated with this void were overlooked by both Paria and LMCS. Then I want to refer you to paragraph 2.5 on the next page. This latent hazard existed at the onset of work within the habitat and became active when the divers were attempting to remove the primary seal inflatable plug from within the riser. 2.6. Not being aware of this latent differential pressure condition, incorporating a gaseous void, divers proceeded to deflate the plug after safe removal of the mechanical seal. On reaching a deflated pressure of approximately 11.4 psig, the resistive force of the plug was then lower than the downward force 14,031 on the plug. This force thrust the plug down the oily riser into the large gaseous void previously created. And then it goes on to state that this created a vortex for the men to be sucked into the pipeline. So having become aware of that now, would you not agree that the unlimited draining of the line, the underwater line between berths and 5 and 6, should have been closely monitored if it had to be drained?
Yes, and I thought it was closely monitored.
You thought it was closely monitored?
Yes.
By who?
By the contractor and the maintenance department.
Maintenance department of which?
Of Paria.
Yeah, I want to show you another document which is part of the record, and which I think that since you were involved with this instruction, I want to show you because I think it's very important. The scope of works, CB2 at page 564. Volume 2 of the core bundle. Yes, yes. I lost my. (564) under the heading Scope of Work. Change out section of subsea riser and tie-in piping, and then you have the isolation list. And then underneath that, you see estimated volume of product between isolation points, 3,000 barrels. I'm sorry, 2,000 barrels. So according to Paria records, this is showing there were 2,000 barrels of oil.
Okay.
And according to what I am putting to you from the daily record, Paria, in collaboration with LMCS, took out about 1,300 barrels of oil.
Okay.
At least 1,300 barrels of oil. I want to show you one other document.
Before you move on, so that we're clear about this, were you aware that the estimate of 2,000 barrels was the total amount of fluid in the pipe?
No.
Had you not seen this document before?
No.
Is today the first time you're seeing it?
Yes.
But even after this incident, this wasn't drawn to your attention?
No, it wasn't.
Thank you.
I also want to show you Core Bundle 2, Volume 2, page 598. And these were some of the queries which were being done during the tendering stage for this contract, and questions which were being asked. And at page 598, there was a query: who is responsible for pumping back from berths to clear the lines with water? And the response from Paria was the contractor is responsible for the safe removal of hydrocarbon contents from the line and to ensure that the line is clear and dry. So Paria is saying to the contractor, ensure as part of the works, the lines would have to be clear and dry. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Were you aware of this at the time when you were asked to do this?
No,
No.
I wasn't.
This instruction? Is there anything I have to show him again? Something at 1389? No. Just give me 1 minute, please, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. Okay. Look at paragraph 26 of your witness statement.
You've read this to him already, yes?
Oh, sorry, I read this to him.
You have, yes.
Yes. Sorry, I'm much obliged. I think that's all for this witness. Sorry. No.
Thank you, Mr. Maharaj. Before we take our break, can I just ask you something else, please?
Yes, sure.
Before you, as it were, took the responsibility of dealing with the line clearance here, and I asked you a number of questions about the amount of oil that might have been in it. Leaving that aside, did you have any plans or description of how deep each riser was, whether they were the same, for example, and what the lie of the pipe at the seabed was? In other words, was it flat? Was it horizontal? Did it have any undulations in it? Anything like that? Did you have any plans helping you about that?
No.
So is that a no to all of those questions? I appreciate I've put them compendiously.
Yeah.
Is it the case then that we can take it from your evidence that you, at any rate, were wholly unaware of the shape of this pipe completely?
No, I have an idea of the shape. I'm just.
Well, we know it's a U.
U,
but
yeah.
There's a difference, isn't there, between if one end is deeper than the other end,
yes.
then the piece of the pipe at the bottom would be lower at one end than at the other, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And equally, if it was the other way around, it would have a slope, wouldn't it?
Yes, correct.
Similarly, if it was undulating, I'm showing it quite as a wavy line, but there might have been, for example, in the middle of it, a rise or a fall, mightn't there, depending on the seafloor?
Yes.
I mean, we're talking about 1,200 feet, aren't we?
Yes.
Were you aware of any such undulations, or?
No, I wasn't.
When you say no, you were not aware, does that mean that you had no idea, or that you knew that there were not?
No, I didn't know if it was undulating or flat.
Did anybody at Paria or from anywhere else provide you with any topography or map of the seabed to show the lie of this of the pipe or anything like that?
The drawings of the line you're talking
Yeah.
about? No drawings.
Do you think it would have made a difference to your approach to this if you knew there were undulations in the pipe?
Logically, I can't see it making a difference, because if you're displacing from one end to the other, logically it would displace any liquid in the undulations as well.
Yes. What about the potential, though, of air pockets existing in the pipe?
No, I would not have considered that, no.
Never gave that any consideration?
No, because the liquid level would have been higher than the actual horizontal section. So technically there will be liquid on top, on both sides, which they shouldn't have any air pocket. If there was an air pocket, it would have existed before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, if there's air pockets in the pipes, I mean,
Mhm.
pipes have air in them sometimes. That's why
Right.
we have bleeds with
Correct.
valves at either end to try and take that air out, don't we?
Yes.
But anyway, none of that was calculated in your consideration of what was happening here.
No, well, the scope of this job wasn't developed solely by Paria. The method was actually developed by LMCS. They provided the method, and then Paria
Yes.
provided the actual isolation.
Forgive
But-
me, I follow that.
Yeah,
Of course,
but-
and
Yeah, but
I understand why you'd say that, but
Yeah.
just help me to understand.
Mhm.
There's only one company who would have the detail of the
Yes.
lay of the pipe, isn't there?
Yes, correct.
I mean, LMCS, whatever failings they may have been on their part,
Yeah.
the fact of the matter is that they would not have had access without you giving it to them of any pipeline or the shape of the pipe or anything like that, would they?
Yes, correct.
You were the only ones who could have had that.
Yes.
Thank you. Shall we take a short break? 11:45, please. Thank you. We're going to have a short break now.
Okay.
Come back for 11:45, please.
Okay, sure.
All right. So we're on a short break. I'm coming back at 11:45. 11:45 a.m. So like yesterday, I'm going to be leaving the stream running. Just because it makes no sense to stop it. So we'll just wait until it returns at 11:45. So do take your breaks, but in the interim, do share the stream. I'm gonna leave it running, because yeah, why not? So yeah, hold on. Yeah, so 11:45, the stream returns.
Servant of the people, remembering the life of Patrick Manning. He was appointed Prime Minister 4 times. What a feat. Patrick Augustus Mervyn Manning was ever dedicated to public office and service to Trinidad and Tobago. Born to humble beginnings on 17 August 1946 in San
Introduce yourself, please.
The name is Kamini Prasad Maraj, attorney at law for LMCS.
Morning.
Mr. Harichand, you were part of the ICT established by Paria.
No, I wasn't.
You were relaying information. So what was your position in relation to the ICT, if any?
A supportive role, relaying information back to the ICT and executing any tasks that may be issued to me.
So you were on site.
Yes.
And that would account for the information that you relayed to LMCS.
Yes.
And I'd like you to confirm something. You had, in fact, informed LMCS that your instructions from Mr. Pipett
Yes.
was that they should not do any diving. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
You've not said that in your witness statement?
No. I said that Mr. Piper said he does not want any diving inside of the pipeline.
Inside of the pipeline.
Correct.
What time did you come on the scene at Berth 6?
Give me 1 second. 16:15.
That's 4:15.
Yes, 4:15.
And you stayed throughout the night until what time?
About 2, yeah, correct, yeah. 0200.
So you were there, and you said this in your statement, you were there when the borescope came,
Yes,
and that would have been at Berth
number 6.
number 6. Besides yourself and the technician who would have brought the borescope, was there any other person present for when the borescope went down?
Yes, there was an additional Paria person.
Who was that additional Paria person?
Jason Beckles.
All right.
And there were, I believe, some LMCS employees close by, but I can't remember who they were.
Close by, but not with your team of the borescope operator, yourself and Mr. Beckles?
Correct.
All right. Are you in any way qualified as a diver?
No, I am not.
Is Mr. Beckles, to the best of your knowledge, is he?
I do not know.
And can you remind us what time about the borescope had gone down in Berth 6?
I don't have an exact time, but it would
That's
have
fine.
been after 11 p.m.
And it would certainly be before 2 p.m. 2 a.m., sorry.
Yes.
Right. And during that time, would you confirm that there were divers, as far as you were divers, at the barge at Berth 6?
Yes, they were divers. Yes.
All right. And did you, at being on site, did you report to anyone that there were divers present at that time that the borescope was going into the pipeline?
No, there was another person on site on the barge liaising with the divers.
All right. But no diver was present while the borescope was going to examine the pipeline to see what was being transmitted.
At when it was happening?
That's correct.
Not that I can recall.
All right.
Well, can I ask you to look at paragraph 75 of your statement, please? So I need to be clear about this because what you said seems to contradict that.
Sure.
Paragraph 75. The LMCS employees, together with the Atlantic LNG employees, made several attempts to maneuver the borescope past the object but were unsuccessful. So were there LMCS people engaged in the task of moving the borescope?
Yes, they were assisting but not viewing.
Yeah, so we should not go away with the impression that they were sort of standing over there somewhere, not really part of this.
No, correct. Yes, they were assisting with launching the borescope into the riser.
Assisting with launching the borescope into the riser.
Yes.
How did they get the borescope into the pipe?
So it's a flexible tube, basically. So it was manually lowered into the pipeline by LMCS employees.
Thank you.
At paragraph 76, sorry, the paragraph just under. You said you informed the incident commander of what you had observed via the view footage from the borescope. And he informed you that a heritage dive supervisor would be coming to berth number 6. That is correct. How long after, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How long after did that person arrive?
I can't recall exactly how long.
How long, so can you say to us when you were aware that the borescope will be coming on site? Was that information relayed to you?
No.
How long before the borescope arrived were you aware that it would have been coming?
When I was ashore, that is the time I noticed the borescope was coming.
So that would have been before 4
That was
p.m.
around. That was shortly before I departed London CH 2300. It would have been probably about 30 minutes before that.
So you had left the scene and gone back on shore?
Yes.
And at that point you were aware, so that would have been about 11 p.m.
11 p.m., yes. Before 11 p.m. Just before.
And I know timing can be a little off, but do you know how long it took for it to actually arrive?
No, I don't know.
All right.
Well, we know it got there at around 11 o'clock at night.
Yes, correct.
This is all the question I have for this witness, please.
Thank you. Anybody else? Put up your hand, please. Thank you. Yep, Mr. Ramadan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Harichand.
Morning, sir.
My name is Prakash Ramada. I represent with my team the interests of the Kurban family and, of course, the daughter of Yusuf, Henry.
Yes.
You still work at Paria?
No,
When did you depart?
I departed in May.
May.
Yes.
Was it voluntary on your part?
Yes, it was.
Yes. Mr. Ramdan, is he still at Paria?
Yes, he is.
Yes. Now, you arrived there from what you told us at what time? At the scene at Berth 5?
16, 15. 4,
Right,
4:15.
4:15.
Yes.
Yeah. At that point in time, you were the most senior person from Paria at the scene. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Were you able to get any important or helpful information from your Mr. Ramdan when you arrived?
Well, information I got was divers were missing from the chamber.
Right?
Sea searches commenced, and he was unable to get any further information from LMCS.
I see. He was unable to get any further information for LMCS.
Yeah.
Did Paria, assuming that what you were told is accurate, that he did not get further information from LMCS, did you make any effort to ascertain what Paria itself did to inform itself as to the circumstances?
Could you repeat that question?
Of course.
I'm a bit confused. Sorry.
I have to say I'm struggling to understand it as well.
Yeah. Simply this.
Mhm.
Did Paria itself or any personnel from Paria make efforts on its own behalf to ascertain further information?
What is Paria? I mean, it's an amorphous identity of a company.
It's so simply this: Paria personnel.
Mhm.
Well, can I ask you the question?
Sure.
Did anyone from Paria seek to obtain information, as far as you're aware, seek to obtain information about what had happened?
Yes. So Jonathan Ramdan indicated he tried. He didn't get any feedback. And
Right.
I myself went on the barge and spoke to Andrew Farah,
Right.
but he didn't respond to me.
I think he was lying flat on his back.
Flat
wasn't
on his back, yes. And
Yes.
his hand was covering
and
his
with his
face.
hands over his face.
Yeah.
Do you think he might have been distressed?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was unresponsive when you asked him questions.
Yes, correct.
Does that help?
Yes,
really.
and if you are confused for a moment when I say Paria, I mean Paria in its personnel, okay? So that as we move forward, you'll understand that, won't you? Yes?
Yes, yes.
Oh, beautiful. So, having not achieved further information shortly after your arrival,
Mhm.
there came a time when you appreciated that the men most likely were in the pipeline. Isn't that correct?
No.
It never came to your attention or belief that the men were most likely within the pipeline?
No, not at that point.
No. So at what point, if any, did it come to your attention or awareness that the men most likely were in the pipeline?
At the time when the shouting was heard from the chamber.
And what time was this?
This was 17:22.
Which is 5:22 p.m.
5:22 p.m.
Yes.
Correct.
When did you first speak to Mr. Piper in relation to this matter?
When I first got the
Listen,
call.
what time? Listen, man, you didn't read your statement before you went in the box?
Yes, but I need to remember the
All
exact
right, go
time.
ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. Right. So I first heard of the incident at 15:10, and thereafter I called Colin Piper.
Yes. When did you first see Mr. Piper on the scene, if at all?
I can't recall. It would have been I can't remember what day, but it would have been some day after.
So up to the time you left that night, Mr. Piper, who is head of the incident management team, had not come to the scene. Is that accurate?
Yes, correct.
Yes. And you were the most senior man on that scene till 2 a.m. the next morning?
No, until Catherine Balkisun arrived.
Oh, she is senior to you.
Yes.
And what time did she arrive?
Sometime around when Mr. Christopher Boudram was rescued. I'm not sure exactly what time.
Sometime just before Christopher.
No, well, I'm not sure what time she arrived, but I noticed her sometime just after that.
Just after what? Boudram?
Just after Mr. Boudram was rescued.
Right. When Boudram was rescued, you were very eager, up to that point in time, being the most senior man, to ascertain the condition of men who went missing. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You would have put yourself in a position to see and or hear what he had to say. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. You heard him say men were behind, and they were right behind.
I didn't hear him say that directly, but I heard that through asking one of the other employees.
Right. So it was basically like common knowledge for all those who were close to him.
Yes, correct.
Right, that he had communicated with clarity that men were just behind and that they should go and rescue them. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
You, of course, as the most senior man, forget Catherine for a moment, took command of the situation, didn't you?
Yes.
And command of the situation required in your mind the highest priority being to what? Not rescue the men?
Yes.
Yes. What did you do to ensure that those men were rescued, or at least an effort made to rescue them?
Yeah, so I coordinated with LMCS. They went down and informed the incident commander that diving operations had begun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Was there a moment when an instruction may have been given that no one is to enter the pipe?
Yes.
Who gave that instruction?
Mr. Colin Piper.
But he wasn't there, so it came through what?
It came through me.
Through you?
Yes.
You were the mouthpiece of Piper, who gave the instruction, no diving into the pipe. I want that very clear, correct?
Yes, I passed it.
At that point in time, there had been no assessment as to whether the pipe was safe or dangerous. Isn't that true?
I can't say that.
But you're the man on site.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any assessment by any personnel from Paria that the pipe was either safe or unsafe at that moment?
No, I don't know.
No. But there we had in the balance, you appreciate life as our balance? Yeah?
Yes, yes.
You had 4 men who you've been told were alive and just beyond, correct?
Correct.
And a decision and a choice was made to not save them. Is that accurate?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, a choice was made to rescue them.
No, I wouldn't say that either.
So you're saying nothing. What are you saying? You would leave them there, knowing full well, hold on, this is a water environment, and therefore life-sustaining air and oxygen was crucially important. Do you agree with that?
Yes, correct.
So time is of the highest essence.
Yes.
Yes. Did you have the luxury of an encyclopedic examination of all the circumstances?
No.
No. So therefore, my question still remains. At the time when Christopher came out, Paria personnel did not know whether the place was safe or unsafe. Is that still correct in your mind? That is the pipeline?
I can't say if they determined if it was safe or unsafe.
Well, let me talk about not them, but you. You're the senior man on site. Did you make that determination?
No, I didn't make that determination.
So did you make a determination, as we have already established, that the highest priority would be to save the men? Is that still correct in your mind?
Yes.
So you didn't make a decision to rescue them because that was the highest priority. Yes?
Yes, correct.
And you didn't care at that moment whether it was safe or unsafe to do so?
It was my decision to make.
Whose
I am
decision?
following an incident command system. I am taking
Whose
instructions.
decision was it to make?
The incident commander.
Right. And at what time did he make that decision? There we go again.
What decision you are asking him to examine?
As to what time the decision was actually made to not endeavor a rescue.
Oh, I don't
Well,
know.
I'm not sure he can answer
No,
that
no,
question,
I don't
can
know.
he?
No, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. When was it communicated to you that no effort be made to rescue?
That was
No,
never
no,
communicated.
just a
to
minute.
me.
No. Was it ever communicated to you that there would be a decision not to rescue?
No.
No.
Thank you. And that's the point. So as far as you are concerned, you didn't make any decision, nor was any communicated to you to not rescue. What prevented the rescue? Everybody laughed. What prevented the rescue? You haven't not, there was no communication from your seniors to not rescue. You're there, your highest priority is rescue.
Well, again, it's not an entirely fair question. He's already told us that he had had an instruction from Colin Piper, who was in charge, not to allow any diver to enter the pipe.
There you go.
Given that there was, that's where we knew they were, then it's hardly his responsibility to countermand that instruction, is it?
Yeah,
so he was simply conveying that which he was being told.
Right.
And it's not really for him to go outside that decision.
I appreciate that. And that's why I specifically asked whether any such thing was communicated to him.
Well, we know it was. And we know what he told the divers about entering the pipe. He made it clear that they were not allowed to enter the pipe because it was regarded as unsafe.
And that's the point. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. What time was it regarded as unsafe?
Paragraph 60. '59 first, actually.
Yeah, I don't have the exact time, but it would have been sometime after Mr. Badram was rescued.
Yes. Now, on what factual basis, as far as you're aware, formed the opinion or decision that it was unsafe to rescue?
Don't answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You appreciated that there were persons there willing, able, and available, and who wished to pursue a rescue operation.
No, I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that Mr. Kurban's son, Michael, together with other divers, had come onto berth 6, first of all?
At that time, I didn't know that was his son, but yes, I saw divers came.
You certainly would have paid attention to anyone going into the water.
Yes.
Yes. You saw divers go into the water.
Yes.
Did you ascertain as to who they were and what were they doing? You being the senior Petrotrin personnel?
Yes.
Having learned this, did you inquire of them, or did you find out that they were ready, willing, able, and available to do a rescue?
Yes, so they were in the progress of rescue, yes.
Yes. In your mind, as the most senior person there, was it a reasonable position to take that it was too dangerous to endeavor a rescue?
Again, that's not my call to make.
I'm not asking whether it's your call. I'm asking about your opinion as a senior person on site who's feeding information to the decision makers.
No, I am following my instructions. Right. I wouldn't give an opinion on
Thank you. Did you further any information to your seniors or whomever the decision makers were that it was too dangerous to go into that pipe?
No, I didn't pass that information to them.
Are you aware of anyone in your chain of command who passed that information from site to whomever is to make the decision?
No, I'm not aware of that.
So as far as you are concerned, no communication was made as to the pipe being dangerous. Is that accurate?
Not from me.
And as far as you're aware,
Wasn't it already inherently dangerous?
Sorry?
Was it not inherently dangerous to dive into a pipe?
Yes.
Irrespective of what had happened on that day, is it not inherently dangerous to dive into a pipe?
As we say, all diving, there's inherent danger. But they took a decision, it was too dangerous.
Well, I think you should address that question to witnesses who are yet to come.
Well, I don't know.
Well, you know who's coming.
I expect. But I will foundationally prepare so that when they do come, we know where we stand and there'll be no gap in that process.
I think we know where we stand. I think we should move to a different topic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Now, when Christopher was rescued and brought out from the water, you were very keen to ascertain the conditions of the pipe from which he had just come. Isn't that accurate?
I didn't realize that he came from the pipe at that time. I thought he was on the chamber.
You made any effort to find out where they found him? Because you must have certainly learned that no one was found in the chamber before that.
Yes. So afterwards,
Yeah.
I found out that.
I hear you.
Okay.
Right. So at the time you believed he reappeared into the chamber from where?
No, I didn't say that.
I'm asking you.
I didn't know at that time. It didn't come to me that he was in the pipeline. When we heard knocking, I assumed that he was actually in the chamber. That the guys came out from the pipe into the chamber.
Wait, you are the senior man on site. Before Christopher was retrieved,
yes,
you had no information that others went into the chamber to ascertain whether it was empty or it was populated with humanity?
Yes.
And what was the information you knew? Yeah. Wasn't it the chamber was empty?
Yes.
Right. He's then brought out. So you thought he just reappeared into the chamber?
No, I didn't say that.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm saying that when he was rescued, I wasn't aware that he was in the pipeline. When he was rescued, I thought he was in the chamber. He came out into the chamber and was being rescued.
Of course. Do please carry on.
Oh, yes. When he came out, I saw that he was covered in oil and shouting. He was saying some stuff, so he was shouting. So he was he was okay, basically. He wasn't right. I was on boat 6 at that time, and I went across on the barge to try and get to him. By that time, the launch already took him to shore.
I see. So you wish to make inquiry of him, but you didn't have the opportunity to do so.
I attempted to get first-hand information from him.
Yes. Did you follow?
No, I didn't follow him.
No. Did you communicate with anybody on shore to expect and make inquiry from him when he arrives?
I informed the incident command team that Mr. Bertram was being taken to shore.
You called all of the team members, or whom specifically did you speak with?
I called the incident commander.
Mr. Piper again?
Mr. Piper.
To let him know, well, listen, we have a live one here who has first-hand information, and we could know the conditions within the pipe. Is that it?
I passed the information to let him know that, yes, the injured was coming.
Would it shock you to learn, and maybe we might be given a different response from some other witness, that the first time after Christopher was taken from Berth 5 or thereabouts, 6, sorry, that the first time anyone from Incident Command management team may have attempted to speak with him, Chairman, do forgive me, not attempted, but actually, from what the statements claim, that the first time that Christopher was actually spoken with was 10 o'clock or thereabouts?
I wouldn't have that information.
No. Were you interested to find out about his condition?
Yes.
Were you interested to find out what he had to say?
Yes.
Did you make any inquiry?
Yes, I asked.
From whom?
From the personnel on the badge.
Yes.
What did he say?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And you learned to repeat ourselves ad nauseum that men were right behind and savable at that point in time, correct?
Yes.
You have, of course, paid close attention to the proceedings thereafter. You know that there was an audio recording of these men whilst they were in that pipeline, yes?
No.
You never even heard that there was an audio recording?
No.
And therefore you never even, well, certainly you didn't know of it, you didn't hear it. Would it shock you to learn that there was an audio recording with these men speaking to each other within the pipeline? Alive and viable? Huh?
I can't say.
Wow.
I mean, I have to hear it.
So, Chairman, that's an unfair composition of a question. My friend must be aware that that audio was only released to the commission the Friday before we started, and it was played on the Monday. So, no one knew of that until the commission was provided with it by Osh.
Well, he can ask him if he knew of its existence. And he said no. Right. It's not made generally available on the website.
Oh, it's not, I'm sorry.
No, I made it clear that it wouldn't be for obvious reasons.
Well, I know I heard it on the radio, so that's why forgive me.
Well, the part that was played in this hearing during the opening, of course, that was public to everyone, but we deliberately kept it short and deliberately kept it within a small compass. And I've made it clear that whilst it's available to the lawyers and those directly engaged in this matter, it is not available generally to the public. And I will not make it available generally to the public. It is not necessary to do so.
I know it's painful. It is beyond painful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chairman. So, your function came to an end that evening at around 2 a.m.?
No, it didn't.
Is there a whiteboard at your office back on shore? An event board or something, whatever you wanted to call it?
I'm not sure.
Was there an office of the incident command team?
Yes, there was.
Did you ever enter that office after the incident?
On occasions.
When did you next enter that office?
I would go in on the mornings of picking up shift to get my instructions.
Right. When next after the incident did you enter that office?
That would have been the next morning, Saturday morning.
Saturday morning. Did you see and speak to any member of the incident command team there that morning?
In the room?
Yes.
I got Mr. Piper instructed me at that point. Yeah.
What time?
I can't recall what time he spoke to
What time did you come to duty?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yeah. Did you have a look at any whiteboard with the incident notations on it?
No.
Did you know at any stage as to when a decision was made by the incident command team, forget when it was communicated to you, but when a decision was made that it will be too dangerous to endeavor rescue?
No.
Were you ever told that there was going to be that it was too dangerous to rescue by anybody?
No.
No. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so grateful to you, Mr. Harichand. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Peterson? Is there something useful you can add, Ms. Alfonso?
I wanted a couple of questions answered, Mr. Chairman. I didn't have anything useful to add. I was hoping Mr. Harichand would help us with some things.
All right. Go on then.
Okay. And I promise to be brief. Good morning, Mr. I want to get it right. Harichand.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nairi Alfonso, and I represent the interests of SWWTU. Mr. Harichand, could you tell us how long you've worked with Paria?
We've had the answer to that.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed it. I probably was outside the door. Okay, you worked with Petrotrin prior to Paria?
Yes.
We have the answer to that too.
Okay, thank you very much. So you've been there for some time?
Yes.
Okay. You are Mr. Ramdan's senior officer. He's junior to you and you're senior to him?
Yes.
At the time, I know you're no longer there.
Yes.
At the time. At some point, where Mr. Budram came up, was that on berth 6 or was it on the barge? Outside, where he was brought up? It's closer to the barge, on the side of the barge?
He came up close to the riser. That was probably midway between the barge and the berth.
Okay, and you were on the berth?
Yes.
Okay. What is the distance between where you were on the berth 6, and where Mr. Budram would have come up?
If the straight line distance you're talking about?
Yes.
Maybe about 20, 30 feet.
Okay, so how would you get to that 20, 30 feet? You have to walk across something?
You mean how I would get to the barge?
Yes, how you'd get to the barge from berth 6.
Right, so from berth 6, you'll walk along the berth.
Yes.
Then there's a catwalk that extends maybe 200 feet, maybe 100 feet. There's a dolphin. You'd climb down the dolphin and then get onto the barge from there and then walk back down towards the berth.
Okay, and if you're walking or climbing, as the case may be, how long would that take? For you, when you left berth 6, not generally, when you left berth 6 and you're making your way onto the barge, how long that would have taken you? You said 20, 30 feet, but it's as the crow flies, right?
Yeah.
But you're not jumping it over. You're walking down the catwalk and you're coming across the dolphin and you're reaching your, how long will it take you to get there?
A couple of minutes.
A couple of minutes. 2, 3?
I can't say for sure.
So following from Mr. Ramadan's questions to you, it would only take you 2 to 3 minutes to leave where you were on berth 6 to reach to where Mr. Budram was brought up.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Harichand. At some point in time, Mr. Harichand, and I promise I'm not going to ask you much after this, did you receive an instruction from Mr. Piper to, I want to say to send Mr. Farrar, or you and Mr. Farrar to make your way, Andrew Farrar, the diver,
Yes.
to the Incident Command Center?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And that was around what time? You could help us?
Yes, sure.
Around 5, perhaps?
Let me get the time for you. Yes, around 1700.
Okay. I'm like Mr. Ramadan. You have to forgive us. I start taking away 2 in my head. So it's 5 o'clock.
Yes, 5 p.m.
Okay. So at that time, Mr. Farrar was the only remaining diver, as far as you knew, for LMCS.
Yes, correct.
On site, as
Yes.
far as you knew.
As far as I know.
Yes. Did you find it at all strange to remove the one diver that was present and to send him to the shore?
No, because there was no diving taking place at the time.
There's no diving taking place. If a rescue had to be done, would it be done by divers?
Yes.
Okay. So, but the one diver that was available was being ferried back on Mr. Piper's instruction to you,
Yes, correct.
to the shore.
Yes.
And at some point in time, Mr. Farrar, beg your pardon, received some information.
Yes.
And that information was that knocking was heard or noise was heard.
Yes.
And he asked to come back to the barge.
I don't know if he asked.
I'm sorry, just wait a minute. All of this is in his statement. purpose of providing it to everybody in advance is that they know what is in the statement. You haven't asked anything yet, with the greatest respect, that has given us any fresh or new information. Purpose of permitting cross-examination by anybody is to try and elicit fresh or new information that we can, as commissioners, take into account in deciding what the outcome of this inquiry will be. You've been asking questions for some time. All of the answers to your questions are on his statement. So if there's something you want to lead up to, just ask that question so that we know where we are. All right?
Okay, so I would say this, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have noted in your witness statement that you say that you gave the directive to return to the barge with Mr. Farrar on learning of that information that I just identified.
No, I informed Colin and he told me to have Andrew Farrar return.
Okay, would you be surprised if you know that Mr. Farrar says something different? He says that he demanded that the captain turn the vessel around.
I can't say.
You can't say. Thank you very much, Mr. Harichand.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Peterson.
I have one question, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Harichand, you got instructions from Mr. Piper to indicate to persons there at the berth and the barge not to dive into the pipe. But after that instruction, persons continue to dive, didn't they?
Yes, correct.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Just one thing, please. Were you aware that Mr. Dobson went back with Mr. Boudram on the boat, whatever boat it was, back to shore to escort him?
I know that an HSE person from Paria, Kenson, went with him, but I'm not sure if it was Dobson or someone else.
Well, we know it is, but you were aware at the time that there was somebody with him, accompanying him?
Yes, correct, yes.
And were you aware that he was that he was medically qualified in some, not as a doctor, but, medically qualified?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you consider it might have been useful if you'd suggested that he accompany him all the way to the hospital so that he might be able to ask the very questions that you wanted to ask?
I didn't know what the procedure was, if they were taking him to the hospital with Petrotrin's ambulance, Paria's ambulance, and he would be accompanied with him, or if they were taking him away with a government ambulance. So I'm not aware.
Right, well, whichever ambulance he went in,
yeah,
clearly would make some sense that somebody should accompany him,
yeah,
both for his own welfare and for the welfare of those that remained in the pipe, in order to try and discover as much information as he was able to give.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, you recognized that it was important to try and speak to Mr. Boudram because he was in the position that he was in.
Yes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you got there too late and he was already being carted away.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Unless somebody's got anything to ask arising from that. Mr. Wilson has a question.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I just want to get, from your statement, I saw that you are training permit to work system and up to the level of an area authority. Were you the area authority on that day?
Yes.
Okay. From your training in the permit to work system, supplemental certificates that are attached to the certificate or the permit to work, sorry, what are they in service of, best of your knowledge from your training?
Hot work.
Just hot work?
In Paris, only hot work at that time, yes.
Only hot work at that time?
Yes.
But in the work scope instructions, I saw this morning that the pipeline was supposed to be isolated and de-isolated. Mm-hmm. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. Can I have the permit pulled up, please? Permit to work here. So you as the area authority, you're saying that there was a requirement to isolate the pipeline for in service of executing the scope of work that morning?
Yes.
All right. I would like to bring your attention to the permit to work, please. If we could go down to requirements for equipment isolation and clearance, isolated by band flanges. Also, sorry, let me back it up a bit. I also heard mention of an isolation checklist.
Yes.
So since the work instruction indicated that the pipeline needed to be isolated, was a isolation checklist completed and then supported with an isolation certificate?
No, Paria only has an isolation checklist, and that was completed.
Okay. So if I could go down to number 3. All right, so certificates / checklist required. I see not, so I'm seeing certification number and or not applicable. I'm not seeing anything even referencing a isolation checklist. And from the permit of work, it looks as though coming out of a checklist, and I'm alive to correction, that there's supposed to be a certificate if there's going to be an isolation. Yeah.
Yeah, there was an isolation checklist.
Checklist.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you're saying in the permit to work coming out of an isolation checklist, it's an accompanying certificate is not attached to the work permit as a supplemental certificate or
No,
document?
not from my understanding of the permit.
Can't hear you.
Not from my understanding from the permit work.
In the isolation checklist, what are some of the components that an isolation checklist would address in a?
Right. So the isolation checklist that Paria has addresses where the isolations were done, and it addresses what time they were inserted and removed.
Okay. That's a checklist, a 2-point checklist.
Well, it has a drawing showing where the system is isolated as well.
Okay. Now, in your training in permit to work and as an area authority, what is the purpose of an isolation?
The isolation checklist?
Not checklist, just isolating. If you whether it's mechanical, electrical, process, why do we isolate?
Well, in the case of the pipeline, you're isolating to prevent hydrocarbons from entering into the workspace. So isolation is to prevent hazards from coming into the workplace.
Okay, all right. So the thinking was there was never any potential stored energy inside or outside of the pipeline. It was just for the hydrocarbons.
For the hydrocarbons, yes.
Okay. Also, under your rules and responsibilities, this goes back to planning in terms of having an idea of the amount of barrels to be displaced or the amount of product in the pipeline to be displaced. Is it in your experience, given your roles and responsibilities, that a certificate of environmental clearance is to be obtained before such activities, or is that Paria's practice?
That the certificates of be obtained before which activities? Clearing
a pipeline.
No, I've never seen that done.
Never seen it from coming from the EMA.
No, I've never seen it from Paria. That's
okay.
A CEC.
It's not a practice of Paria.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
And you can stay or go as you please, all right? But thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. Let's move to our next witness, who I believe is Mr. Majid Singh.
Yes, the next witness is Mr. Houston Majid Singh.
Yes.
And Miss.
He's a Kenson employee, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Well, let's have
Jaya
him.
Maharaj would lead the summary.
So, Mr. Majid Singh, please. Thank you. And do you have questions for him, Mr. Maharaj? Yes. take the papers away from him and the spare bottle of water there, the one with the white cap, I think, is previously.
I
Houston Majid Singh
solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give to the Commission
I shall give to the Commission
in this case
shall
be the truth,
be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Majid Singh, take a seat. Thank you. If you take that bottle away, please, the LS. Thank you. What's going to happen next is Ms. Maharaj is going to read a summary of your evidence, all right? Listen to it carefully, please. And then at the end, if you agree with it, you'll tell her you do. If there's anything else you want to say about it, you can, all right? And that hopefully will mean that your evidence will be shorter. After that, Mr. Maharaj, he will be asking you some questions. I anticipate we'll have lunch in the middle of somewhere, and then a number of the other lawyers here will ask you some questions. So I'm afraid you're certainly going to be required after lunch, all right? But if you pay attention, first of all, to what Ms. Maharaj has to say, and then we can proceed from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Houston Majid Singh submitted a witness statement to the Commission dated 2nd December 2022. He declined to be interviewed by the Commission. His witness statement is at the supplemental witness statement bundle, page 3049. Mr. Majid Singh is a maintenance technician at Paria Fuel Trading Company. He began working at Paria in or around August 2021. From the commencement of his employment at Paria, he was under the direction of his supervisor, Mr. Terence Rampasad Singh, Paria's maintenance planner, who gave him directions on what work he was supposed to do generally and on a daily basis. As a maintenance technician, he was assigned an office at Paria, had a Paria email address and a Paria identification card. He was familiar with the works being carried out by LMCS, which started in January 2022 and was suspended on the 17th of February because LMCS, under the supervision of its employee Dexter Guerra, sent a barge out to sea without the required work permit. This led to Paria suspending the works and Dexter Guerra being demoted. The works resumed on the 25th of February. Mr. Majid Singh had seen the scope of work of LMCS. The scope of work he refers to is exhibited at page 3058 of his witness statement. He was aware that LMCS was a specialist contractor providing all required supervision for the works they were doing at Berth 5 and 6. Mr. Majid Singh says that he had to be able to follow the job as laid out in LMCS's scope of works to report to his supervisor daily on what percentage of the job was completed, but he was not a supervisor and did not have to supervise LMCS. Mr. Majid Singh met with Mr. Rampasad Singh in the week prior to the recommencement of the works. Also, on the morning of the 25th February, he spoke to Mr. Rampasad Singh in the presence of another maintenance technician, Mr. Mangali. On both occasions, Mr. Rampasad Singh told him what to do whilst LMCS was doing the works. On 25th February, Mr. Rampasad Singh informed Mr. Majid Singh that there was to be a carber test on both Berth 5 and 6 and the removal of the old riser and the installation of the new riser section at Berth 6. Mr. Majid Singh explained that his job for the 25th of February, based on the instructions he received from Mr. Rampasad Singh, was to do the following. 1, fill out the work permit. 2, ensure there was an inspection of the carber test at Berth 5 and 6. And 3, supply material where needed to LMCS. On the morning of the 25th of February, Mr. Majid Singh filled out Section A of the work permit based on the information he received from Mr. Rampasad Singh, and he attached the relevant documents. He signed the form as the applicant. The form was authorized by the offshore team supervisor, Mr. Jonathan Ramdan of Paria. The contractor representative, Mr. Rudolph Gonzalez of LMCS, also signed the form. Mr. Majid Singh stated that he did not approve any of the documentation on the permit to work which was issued to LMCS. He further stated it was not his job to approve LMCS's method statement and job safety analysis, as he did not have the expertise to do this. The documents were approved before they were handed over to him. Mr. Majid Singh stated he did not have specialist knowledge about the job LMCS was doing because as a maintenance technician, he only knows of the work relative to his field. He further stated that on the 25th February, LMCS had its supervisors on site. He recalls the following persons being present at Berth 6 on the 25th February. 1, Andrew Farah, LMCS's dive supervisor, whose job was to constantly monitor the camera and have communication with the divers in the chamber. 2, Victor Dilpol, LMCS's safety officer. And 3, Kazim Ali Jr., LMCS's supervisor. He further states that Rudolph Gonzalez was the LMCS supervisor on Berth 5. It was Mr. Majid Singh's belief that LMCS was to supply all supervision for the works and all labor, materials, equipment, project engineering, transportation, consumables, and insurance required to perform the works being conducted at Berth 6. On the morning of 25th February, Mr. Majid Singh issued the permit to work to LMCS supervisor Kazim Ali Jr., and thereafter LMCS commenced their work for the day. Mr. Majid Singh then boarded a launch vessel and proceeded to Berth 5 to monitor another maintenance job and keep his supervisor updated accordingly. Upon his arrival at Berth 5, he participated in a Toolbox meeting conducted by LMCS supervisor Rudolph Gonzalez, and he recalls there was a discussion on the cargo test to be performed on Berth 5 that day. He remained on Berth 5 on that day from the morning to the early afternoon period, and then went to Berth 6 for a status update and also to update his log for the day. When he arrived at Berth 6, he spoke to Andrew Farah to find out if his team was getting through with the job. Mr. Farah said yes, and Mr. Majid Singh then went to the screen monitor on Berth 6 and saw one of the divers in the chamber. He then moved away from the screen. About 10 minutes later, Mr. Majid Singh felt a shake on Berth 6 and heard a noise. He immediately went back to the monitor to see if something had happened in the chamber and noticed the camera was not focused in the chamber and it appeared to be showing the wall of the chamber. Andrew Farah was at the monitor as well. Mr. Majid Singh then asked Mr. Farah what happened, but Mr. Farah did not know. Mr. Farah went on the barge, put on his dive gear, and went into the water to go inside the chamber to see what had happened. Mr. Farah came back within 10 minutes and said he did not see anyone inside the chamber. Mr. Majid Singh then notified the operator, Mr. Scott, that something may have gone wrong, and also notified his co-workers on shore. Mr. Ramdan came on site and deployed launch vessels to search the surrounding areas for the missing divers. Mr. Majid Singh stayed on Berth 6 until about 11 p.m. to see what happened and to see whether they could locate the missing divers. He played no role in the search efforts. Is that a correct summary of your evidence, Mr. Majid Singh?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Just before you ask any questions, may I just confirm with you, please? You, I think, started working at Paria in August of 2021, is that right?
Yeah, correct.
What were you doing before that?
Well, I have my own contracting business. And then before that, I used to work in Petrotrin. So when we got sent home from Petrotrin, I opened up my own business.
So you were working, first of all, with Petrotrin.
Yeah.
And when that folded, there was a period when you were running your own business as what, a consultant?
No, a contracting business, doing maintenance work as well to commercial buildings and property. And then in between, I would work in 1 or 2 shutdowns.
Right.
Yeah.
So what sort of experience did you bring to this particular task as a technician, maintenance technician?
Well, from my experience of working throughout the Point Resource area and within the refinery. So I have a lot of knowledge in pipe fitting, fabricating, mechanical wise.
For how long?
I started to work in the oil and gas industry since in 2010.
Right, all right, thank you. If you bring your chair to, don't cut off and on, leave it on. Bring a chair and that's it. And if you speak there, then I think we'll all hear you. Slow down just a little bit, all right? Because I have to try and make a note of what you're saying. Thank you very much. Now, I think Mr. Maharaj is going to ask you a few questions, all right?
Mr. Majid Singh, do you have any experience in offshore subsea maintenance works?
No, not subsea, no.
I have a report from OSHA, and just for the record, it's in Core Bundle Volume 3, and it's at page 1239. And it says that the applicant to the permit, Mr. Houston Majid Singh, stated that he has 7 months experience in Paria, and his prior work experience was in construction and pipe fitting. Was that correct?
Yeah, correct.
And you said you had no experience in offshore subsea maintenance works.
Yeah, correct.
And you were the applicant for this work permit, not so? You signed as applicant, am I correct?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. And in the paragraph, 7 of your witness statement, you said that in order for you to carry out your duties as maintenance technician, you had to be able to follow the job as laid out in LMCS scope of works. You see that?
Yeah, correct.
Correct. And you exhibited to your witness statement the scope of works that you were referring to.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, correct.
And I take you to page 3065 of the scope of works at paragraph 312. Right? And you see there that it's apart from cut, insert, migration, barrier, etc., etc. And then you see note. Well, let me read it. Cut, insert, migration barrier, install a 30-inch flange onto the existing line. Inspection requirement for the flange, 100% PT, including root passes, VT and hydro test. Note, video stream to be provided topside during work activity for Paria's representative. You see that?
Yeah, see it.
And do you interpret that to mean that while work was being done on the 25th of February 2022, that a video stream was to be provided for Paria's representative to view the works?
Yeah, correct.
And from your experience that occurred whilst you have been working with Paria, that happens. A video stream is there and Paria's representative would view the works.
Yeah, correct.
And would view the works to monitor the works in order to ensure compliance.
Yeah, monitor.
Yes. On the 25th of February, you were present at the time these works were being done?
I was on boat 5 because we're doing the carb test first on boat 5. So I went to boat 5 first.
First, but you came at boat 6 after.
A little while after.
And when you came back at boat 6, were the works going on with respect to what had to be done at boat 6?
At the time I reached at boat 6, yeah, the guys was inside the chamber.
The guys were inside the chamber. And what time? Was that in the afternoon? Sometime in the afternoon?
Yeah, that was in the afternoon.
Around what time that would have been?
By the time I reached on boat 6, was around after 2.
After 2?
Yeah.
And how long you remained at boat 6?
Well, according to my statement, I stayed on boat 6 until around 11.
Until 11. Well, you know that the work, you were the applicant for the work permit, so you knew that the work was to be done in accordance with the work permit, not so?
Correct.
And did you look on the video stream to see that the works were being done in accordance with the work permit?
Right. So at the time that I looked at the monitor, I just saw one person, but he was just at the flange standing. He was not doing any mechanical work or anything. He was just at the flange standing up.
All right. He was at flange standing up. And did you continue to look?
No, I just saw him by the flange standing up. I didn't see no mechanical work going on. So I went to a different point. I didn't stay long by the monitor.
But you knew that afternoon that the work which had to be done was to insert the new riser.
Yes.
Right. So you saw one of the men at the pipe, and were you interested to see whether they were complying with the terms of the work permit?
Yeah.
Well, did you decide to remain to look and see what was happening?
No, I remember I would get feedback from the supervisor.
And who was the supervisor?
Junior Kazim. But at the time when I was on the boat, he was in the water, so it would have been impossible for me to get a proper update, and he would be the only one I would go to get an update.
So you would get an update from Junior Kazim, who was employed by LMCS?
Yes, because he was the supervisor for the site.
But you were representing Paria.
Correct.
And you were representing Paria to ensure that there was compliance with the works being done by LMCS.
Correct.
Because if LMCS was not doing the works in accordance with the work permit, you would have to stop the works, not so?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so the works involve having this new riser inserted, correct?
Yeah.
You saw one of the workers, according to you, one of the divers, over the pipe, saying about exactly what you saw.
Well, I saw him, and he was just standing up by the flange, touching the flange fleece. So
Right.
I don't know if he was cleaning the flange fleece or what exactly.
Okay.
But his hand was on the flange fleece.
But you knew what work you knew had to be done with respect to that pipe that afternoon.
Yes, correct.
What work you knew had to be done?
Well, I know we had to conduct the carb test and install the riser section, bolt it up.
And according to you, you had a work permit, and on that work permit says migration barrier to be used.
Yeah, correct.
And would you agree with me that one of the things that you had to ensure happened that day was that the LMCS workers complied to ensure that the migration barrier was used?
Okay, correct.
And the migration barrier had to be used in respect of the job to insert the new riser.
Correct.
So here it is, your job that day was to monitor this work, correct?
Yeah.
So you saw one of the men over the pipe. Could you tell us why you didn't stay to monitor to see whether the job was being complied with?
Right, so let me explain. I not have to station by the monitor, right? The monitor is there for me to do checks when I'm passing on the site. So they have a guy who would be stationed there who is seen about the divers, which is the dive master. So the monitor is basically for me to come and just oversee, take a look, assume everything looking normal. And I go to the boat, I check the other employees and conduct my job for the day.
What was the most important thing you thought that you had to do that afternoon with respect of those works, not to monitor to see how the work was being done?
Yeah, monitor.
Yes, and you had to monitor it continually.
Right.
Correct?
Periodically.
Periodically.
Yeah.
So
not constantly stay by the monitor and watch each job step.
So are you telling us that Paria didn't give you instructions to monitor the work continuously?
No, I don't have to station. That was not my instructions to stay at the monitor and watch the work wholly.
As from your experience at Paria, does anyone at Paria monitor works like this when it is being done continually?
Yeah, once we doing work, remember, sometimes we have 2 or 3 works to see about for the day. So it's not really possible that we could stay at one spot all the time.
All right, I'll come back to that when I look at the permit to work rules with you, right? So let's look, but you would agree with me that this video stream is to be used in order to see that the works are being done in accordance with the rules, not so?
And also for the dive master to watch over his guys.
And who was the dive master?
Mr. Farah.
Mr. Farah. So you had an LMCS representative there, right? But did you have a Paria? Who was the Paria's representative to monitor the works?
Well, I work in Kingston on behalf of Paria.
Paria, and Paria gave you instructions what to do.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And although you are a Kenson employee, you take instructions from Paria.
Correct.
And you work at Paria.
Correct.
And your job is the instructions you get from Paria, they tell you what to do and how to do it.
Correct.
Correct. So let's go to the scope of works that you said that you refer to, that your duties are. You see at page 3070. Under Paria's responsibility, 4.3. You see 4.3? You see that?
No, what page?
3070. The page number is at the bottom. It's on the screen.
Yeah.
In
Where
the
is it?
core bundle, it would be at volume. Volume 2, Mr. Chairman, and it starts at page 558. But yeah. You found it, Mr. Majid Singh? 4.3. Paria's responsibility: provide slop barge capacity 40 barrels to assist in the removal of line content. What do you understood that as the applicant for this work permit to be?
Exactly what it says, to provide the slop barge.
For the oil, for the line content.
For oil contents, yeah.
So the oil had to be drained, not so?
Yeah.
Right, okay. And you see 4.5?
Yeah, correct.
Provide personnel, and it said to oversee isolation, de-isolation, depressurization, pressurization, and draining. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was Paria's responsibility, not so?
Yeah, correct.
And then if we go to well, we have the contractor's responsibility at 5.4 on page 3071. Provide live video feed during the subsea works.
Yeah.
And then at page 3072, you will see the prepare job hazard analysis and risk assessment for review by Paria. Okay? So I want to go to your responsibilities as the applicant. But before I go there, you told us that you arrived at Berth 6 at about 2 p.m.
About after that, I say around 2 or after that.
What time did this work start that day? Sometime in the morning?
Yeah, correct.
So you didn't monitor the morning period?
No.
And the first time you start to monitor was at 2 p.m.?
Yeah, that one I reach on Berth 6.
That's after lunch?
Yeah.
Well, let's look at, as the applicant for this work permit, you knew that there were rules which apply to the applicant. Am I correct?
Yeah, correct.
And they are contained in the permit to work rules. And Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, that would be found at volume 1 at page 26, but particularly at page 28. Now, if I start on this issue, you are the applicant on behalf of Paria for this work permit, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Correct.
Hey, folks. Yeah, as you know, it stopped again because the playway draw is coming up again. So, as you know, I don't show this crap. So every time it comes up, I'm going to stop the stream and just wait until the playway draw is over. I don't know why they need to. But maybe they can just show the playway draw at the bottom of the screen. You know what I mean? So that it doesn't interrupt the the commission of inquiry. But yeah, if you want to go and check what the draw is for playway, go run quickly and um, look at TTT channel or whatever and figure out what the draw is. But yeah, yeah, in the meantime, to keep the conversation going, share the live. And yeah, I will put this back up on the screen as soon as practicably possible. But yeah, it's just unfortunate. You know, how many times do they need to play the playway draw throughout the day? I don't know. I'm not really familiar with how it all works. Saif Mohammed says this playway need to fix before Piper come. Understand? Whoa, good thing. I think I probably will try to email the commission to complain about this playway draw in the middle of it, because it's not like it's just one interruption, it's multiple interruptions, you know. 4 times per day, Ronnie Mutilal says. It's too much, you know. It's too much. To be honest, we seem to be getting through the witnesses very fast today, because they're a little bit more alert than previously, though many of them are coming across quite incompetent. But not to mention, you know, it's difficult to get water out of a stone, right? So I don't think people will be trying to pull so hard, and I don't think even the chairman has the time for it. Somebody says from YouTube, Septimus Harry says, I am in total agreement with you, Big Bubble. Who interview these persons for these jobs? Who is HRM and Paria? I'm also taking note who got the job. Mutilal says that the stream has excellent and good analysis. I'm happy to hear that. part of the great analysis is all of you all commenting in the comments, right? Those of you who are on YouTube, you're not necessarily able to see folks on Facebook's comments, right? But if you wanted to be part of that conversation, you can jump on over to Facebook to actually view some of the analysis that people on Facebook are saying, right? I can only show you comments on that happening on YouTube to everyone else who is all right. Thing moving. Okay, I think it is moving. Great. It's a story that has touched our lives, actually. I don't sleep for a while, says Ronnie Mutilal after this incident took place. No, it's a very heart-wrenching story, and to see the kind of impact that it has had on the family has been really, really sad. Venus Roop says, she says, LMCS was ready to rescue Paria, stopped them. Poor guys in the pipe thought those on top will do any and everything to save them. But boy, Paria failed them. LMCS divers were stopped to attempt any rescue. There were definite failings on all sides, and that's for certain. Just looking through some comments. All right, hold on. Let us prepare for this stream to return. Are you all hearing okay? Just making sure that the connection is okay still, because it seemed as though there was some kind of a blip just now. So do let me know if you can hear. Darwin Ramrup says, I actually went to school with Kazim Ali Jr. While not close friends, I knew him. The incident really hurt me. Okay, great. I'm happy to hear that you all are hearing well. I think the commission is starting. Yes, it is. So let me go and put it back up on the screen. Yep.
$10.70. You see, Mr. Dobson, Mr. Majid Singh. I am seeing you. Well, let me show it to you. Look at both. Look at page 1070. The last name on the right-hand column, Houston Majid Singh, and I see a signature.
Correct?
Is that your signature?
Yeah.
So you were there at 9:15 a.m.?
No.
So when did you sign this?
When I came on the boat and review over the documents to make sure everything was signed up, I would make sure that the toolbox talk was conducted, and I would affix my signature to notifying that, well, a toolbox talk was conducted.
Just pause for a minute.
So you signed the email.
So that I understand you. Who was there and what the discussion broadly was about? Correct?
Yep.
You were not there.
No.
Correct. But you looked at this form later that day. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
So it was on Berth 6, was it?
Yeah.
And when you examined it, did you verify with the people that are listed there, or Mr. Dilpaul, that this toolbox meeting had taken place?
Yeah, well, that's where I get all the documents from. He normally just keep the documents, and when
Who is who?
Mr. Dilpaul.
So Mr. Dilpaul gave you this document on Berth 6, did he?
Yeah, correct.
At what time?
I can't remember the exact time when I reached on Berth 6.
Approximately.
Within about 5 minutes for me arriving on the boat, because normally I would go and make sure all the
Before
documents.
or after lunch?
After lunch.
Right. After lunch, so after 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Within minutes of your arriving, he gave you this, and then you put your name on it. Is that your handwriting?
To the bottom, number 40, yeah.
Yes. And then you signed it, did you?
Yeah.
Do you regard that as being compliant with the rules?
No.
Well, why did you sign it then?
Agreeing that I ensure that a toolbox talk was conducted.
So the first time that you verified that there was a toolbox meeting on that day was sometime around 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, correct.
Hours after the work had already commenced.
Yeah.
How could you discharge your duties if that was the case?
I don't understand what you're saying there.
You don't understand discharging duties?
Yeah, I understand discharging duties.
Well,
but
what was your duty?
to organize the work permits, facilitate the contractor with any additional material, and arrange with inspections to come and oversee the carbon test.
That's it. So whatever else might have happened before the carbon test, you weren't interested.
No, it's not that I wasn't interested, it's just I was on another job site.
Okay. Anyway, that's what you did.
Yeah.
Mr. Majid Singh, what time you signed this document?
The toolbox?
Yeah, this document, and what time you signed it?
I don't have an accurate time,
You
but
signed
it
the
would be,
same day?
it would
signed
be,
it the same day or the day after?
no, the same day when I came on the boat.
Around what time?
It would be, I don't have an accurate time, but when I came on the boat, within a couple of minutes, I normally go and ask for the permits to make sure safety sign and everybody sign. And the toolbox talk conducted and the GHA and everybody signed the GHA.
Okay. But when you wrote 9:15, you knew you were not writing the correct information.
I don't have any time. You don't have a time on the toolbox?
No, the meeting is 9:15.
Yeah.
But you knew you were not given the right information to say that you were present at the toolbox meeting.
No, I just assigned to know that, well, a toolbox talk was.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to go to another issue. On the work permit form.
Can I ask, before you move on
Yes,
to the other, how long do you think you're going to be?
About 5 minutes.
All right, well, let's get your part done and then we'll break for lunch then. You all right to carry on until after lunch?
Yeah, not a problem.
On the form, it has, you see, you have the form before you, or I think I should get
No.
the form. The permit to work. It's at, I have the reference 9838, but yeah, but I want to give
You want the permit to work?
Yes, the permit to work.
Page 1074.
1074. You see on the comments there, in the column B1, comments line drained.
Yeah.
You knew as the applicant then that the line, the sea line was drained.
Yeah, from the OTS.
From what that note says.
Yeah.
Can you help us? Did you play any part in the draining of the line?
In between, same thing, we arranged with the permits for the training. So the LMCS could conduct the training.
So how this happened over a period of time and you were part of it?
Yeah, in and out, because remember, I'm not alone.
Right.
Yeah.
And would I be correct in saying could you tell us, was the line completely drained?
No, I can't say that.
You don't know?
No.
So you don't know how much of the line was drained?
No, I don't know.
No further questions.
We'll take our break there now, all right? What progress are we making? We're making good progress. We'll have an hour for lunch. So 2:15, please. 2:15. You're free to go now. Don't discuss this with anybody else, all right? Come back at 2:15 and we hope to get your evidence done fairly quickly. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. 2:15, please.
All right.
All right, so it returns at 2:15. Let me just put that up before we go. So returns at 2:15 p.m. Listen, folks, I really can't believe what we're hearing. right? You mean to tell me that Mr. Houston Majid Singh just sat there and admitted being the maintenance technician and whatnot, and admitted that he signed a document confirming that a toolbox talk had taken place, right? And all these relevant people were there and signed and so on. But actually, he didn't even sign it until after lunch, and that meeting was alleged to have occurred a long time ago in the morning. So what if that? I mean, when Victor Dilpaul, I think it was telling us that actually, they were all bobbing on. It was either Jonathan or Victor Dilpaul. They're all bobbing along, on the boat, right, to the booth, and they all signed this document. Everybody in the commission, the chair in particular, was trying to understand, well, how are you all signing the document while in motion? And so there was a bit of a lack of clarity around that. And I was thinking, well, that doesn't make any sense. It's either they have all pre-signed the documents just to get it over and done with, or they signed after the fact and just pretended that everybody attended the meeting. And because I'm really sorry to say this, but because Mr. Majid Singh comes across as a little bit dotish, right? I don't think he understands the seriousness of the fraud that took place there, right? And that is actually a crime, right? And he's just admitted that to the national community. I wouldn't even be surprised if somebody even at Paria said, just go inside the document and so on, right? Because it seems to me that people who try to manipulate others tend to actually go for people who are not very aware of certain things. And I'm really sorry to put it like that, but it's very clear that he doesn't really know what's going on, right? It's quite clear that he doesn't even have any experience either. Houston is just somebody who might know somebody, and everybody said, you know what, let me organize a little, create a little contracting firm there and a bid for a contract at Paria. I'll make sure you get through. And this is the kind of thing, it just seems like it's almost a free for all in the place at Paria, right? And so I am actually flabbergasted to hear that madness. And yeah, Ryan, as not nice says, where was he qualified, right? Ronnie Mutilal says the same thing with Scott yesterday. They asked his experience. Natasha says too much work for one person. Hire the necessary persons with qualifications and share the work. Alina Ali says, I work in a technical, high-risk environment similar to this, and I also have a safety background. I'm not surprised that these sort of things happened, since a laissez-faire attitude runs deep in our culture. A lot of things are done simply to tick boxes. The public would be surprised to learn how much these things happen on a regular basis. Inexperienced people in powerful positions, lack of following procedure, etc. Right? Munish, even though you wrote my name wrong, that's fine. It says, this is what Kenson does. Kenson is P&M partner, and they do it all the time. I was part of them, and their standards are horrible. Lots of comments. Why I'm trying to keep up. The signatures are too crisp to be done on a boat. Can't even write properly in a car, far less a boat. Very, very good point. I didn't even think about that, but that is actually a very good point that I didn't think about. Namala Ruplal says it's a normal practice. Once signatures on documents work goes, whether it's pre-signed or signed sometime afterwards, it's a matter of CYA for paperwork. It happens all over different industries. A lot of people saying that this is a practice that happens a lot in the oil industry. Prakash Rampasad says dotish but truthful. how many public servants sign documents at the bidding of their seniors? Very good point, Prakash. Because had it not been for his honesty, and his inadvertent honesty, I would say, because I don't think he thinks he's done anything wrong, I think that we wouldn't have even gotten the ability to understand how deeply rooted this madness goes. Huh? So that's a very good point, Prakash. Thank you for sharing it. Wendell Williams says he was only speaking the truth about what actually happens versus what's supposed to be done. This has always been the normal routine with Paria. JC says she was also going to say that what is playing out in front of our eyes is the model for our work ethics. Oh goodness, lots of comments in Trinidad and Tobago. Too much important aspects of the work has to be done. Okay, hold on. Comments from YouTube. Pierce, look at the plays in the serious job. Another comment from YouTube says a lot of times Toolbox talks are very casual. And Ryan says it looks like a cutting cost issue, having people not qualified in positions to do a job with no degrees alone don't do a job. One thing I would say is that it's quite shocking that Houston Majid Singh was simply a welder, and he started up a contracting company prior, and all he had is welding and some construction experience. Yes, we are on a break. It returns at 2:15 p.m. right? 2:15 p.m. They have gone on a lunch break. Is that he only had 7 months prior experience, and it's completely unrelated to energy industry and so on. And so it's quite interesting that boy, I don't even know what to say anymore. It's just shocking. But I'm happy for the pockets of truth, because had all the witnesses that have come understand just been lying through their teeth, we probably wouldn't have gotten as advanced as we have been in actually understanding what really took place at Paria, right? Munish Ramroop says, having worked for close to 20 years internationally, management just wants to get the job done, and they use these safety documents to safeguard themselves. The lower level workers are the ones who is pushed to get the job done and to do multiple tasks. Also, Kenston has their own internal training and certification. Rhonda Butler John says, you are put in front of a monitor to ensure nothing goes wrong. You are there to see safety is being taken. A monitor is not to pass in front of and go about your business. That's very true. Okay, so folks, what I'm going to do now is take the opportunity to continue doing my adjudication. So I will take this break as well to do what I have to do, and I will return promptly at 2:15 p.m. Oh, hold on. I just want to read one more comment that somebody put. As a former employee of Petrotrin, whom have been working there on the site for years, Houston's work for Petrotrin for less than 1 to 2 years as a temporary employee don't have the experience to function in that capacity. Yes, that's a good point. So anyway, folks, return at 2:15. In the meantime, do share the live, right, to get it out as many people as possible. I'm going to be going on a break myself, but I will not be stopping the stream because it makes no sense to stop and start. So just have the stream, be on a temporary break. It will be in silence. I've opted not to add any accompanying music or anything like that because it don't make sense. But JC and Andrews has a lesson learned here. Be careful where you place your signature. One day you will be held accountable. Wendell says, the thing with Houston and Andrews is that they came out and spoke the truth. Mr. Piper has been operating like this for years. Mind you, and of that said date, Paria would have been on 9 out of 80. So most staff was off. well, Colin Piper certainly has a lot to answer for, a serious lot to answer for. And his name has been coming up in almost everybody's testimony. So he certainly can't wait to have him take the stand, himself and Catherine Balki soon. Okay, so folks, all the best. I am actually leaving now. So return at 2:15, share the live in a moment. There's going to be nothing happening until 2:15. So it will just be like a blank screen with a little sort of a banner, which will show a little, cover thing of the divers and whatnot, right? So take care. Return at 2:15 p.m. as we restart the Commission of Inquiry.
would you have a look at your witness statement? Please, can we have it, please? Yes. First of all, if you look at paragraph 10 of your witness statement, which you were directed to, you told us that your job for the 25th of February was to do the following things, all right? First of all, to fill out the work permit. Secondly, to ensure that the inspection of the carber tests at berth 5 and 6, yes? And then supply material where needed. What did you anticipate was to be needed by way of material?
All right, so so they were bolting up the flange, right? So just in case one of the bolts got damaged, I'd go to our material store and see if I get a replacement one.
Right, so you were sort of standby in the event that something needed replacing of that kind.
Yeah, if they want material
Right.
in that kind.
So in the ordinary way of things, you might not be needed for that at all.
Yeah.
Right. So essentially what you understood your task to be for that day was to fill out the work permit as the applicant, correct?
Yeah.
You sound
Yes.
a little
Yes.
you sound a little doubtful. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Right. And then secondly, to ensure that there was your inspection of the 2 carber tests that needed to be done.
Yes.
Right. Can you look at paragraph 7 of your statement, please? You say in that paragraph, in order for me to carry out my duties as maintenance technician, I had to be able to follow the job as laid out in LMCS's scope of works, to report to my supervisor, Mr. Rampersad Singh, daily on what percentage of the job was completed by LMCS. However, I'm not a supervisor and I did not have to supervise LMCS, all right? I accept that, all right? But one of your duties as the technician was to follow the job laid out by LMCS in their scope of works.
Yeah.
Had you seen that document?
The scope of work?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you understand it?
For my rules, yes.
Sorry?
Yes, for my level, yes.
Yes. Could we just have the scope of works up, please, for a moment? It's in our core bundle at somebody help me, please. Five. Yes. Yes. Forgive me. Yeah. So, can I take it that since you referred to it in your statement, you'd examined this document prior to this taking place on the day?
Not on the day, but before the total job.
So before the 25th of February, you'd had a copy of this document, had you?
Yes, correct.
And because it's quite an old document, isn't it? Bearing in mind the time when you were doing this.
Yes.
All right. The document we can see is dated the 29th of April of 2021. Yes. So
Yes.
some 10 months earlier. Were you made aware if there were any changes to that document or anything that should be different?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge, all right? And you took your instruction from Mr.
Rampersad Singh.
Mr. Rampersad Singh at all times?
Yes, correct.
All right. Just looking at that document, please. We have already had it pointed out to us at page 565 at number 3.1.12 that there was a note there that there was a video stream to be provided topside during work activity for Paria's representative, right? I don't want to dwell about that. You've been asked about that already. Then at 3.1.21, the contractor shall supply video footage during the subsea works. And this video must form part of the handover package. Do you see that?
Yes.
So was it your understanding then that the video of the subsea works was to be recorded?
Yes.
And such a recording was to be handed back to Paria for their purposes after the works had been completed?
Yes, but that might be to the end of the total.
I'm sorry?
That could be to the end of the job.
At the end of the job, perhaps, whenever. Certainly a handover of that video material.
Yeah.
Are you aware if it was being recorded or not?
On the day of question, the 25th,
yes,
and I'm not aware, I can't remember seeing it recording, but I know from previous jobs, it was being recorded.
Right, so from previous jobs you've done at Paria?
On the same Sealine, yeah. On the same job.
Sealine. Right, the same job.
Yeah, because remember, we had weld on a flange inside the chamber about, I can't remember the exact date, it's within the work report.
A couple of weeks before.
Right, we had weld on the flange inside the chamber.
Right.
And on that day, it was recorded.
Yes. So you knew that previously there had been recordings, and you knew that there was to be a recording, or should have been.
Yeah, to my knowledge, yeah.
Right. Have you ever seen such a recording?
The day that the flange was welded, I was watching the screen and you could actually see that it was recorded, but I didn't see like a playback then.
Right.
I didn't see a playback.
And on this occasion, on the 25th, when this tragic event took place, do you know if it was being recorded then?
No, I can't recall.
Have you ever heard of a recording being provided?
For the day
Yeah.
in question?
Yeah.
No, not to my knowledge.
All right. Would you turn, please, next to paragraph 4 under Paria's responsibility? You've been asked a little about this by Mr. Maharaj, but can I just be clear about what you understood this to be? These are what are characterized as the responsibilities that lie with Paria, yes?
Yes.
So these are their obligations. There aren't very many of them, but be that as it may, 4.1, supply personnel for organizing all work permits, certificates, monitoring contractors' performance, and work standards. That's you, really, isn't it? Or you were part of that, weren't you?
Yeah, I was part of that, yeah.
Yes. And do you see that it does say monitoring contractors' performance?
Yeah, correct.
And you have already agreed that you had to understand and follow the job that LMCS provided in this scope of works, or in the scope of works, in order to report to your supervisor. So we can take it that you would have needed to understand what was to be done and how it was to be done.
Yes.
At 4.3, providing a slot barge, I'm going to skip over that, we've already dealt with that. 4.4, provide personnel for acceptance of work executed. So that's sort of somebody signing off on the work, presumably.
Yeah, it could be multiple persons, it could be inspections, it could be different departments.
It could be a different department. Yes,
Yeah.
all right, well, I'm not going to dwell on that either. This one, please. Provide personnel to oversee isolation, de-isolation, depressurization, pressurization, and draining filling product from lines 5 and 6, or berths line, from the lines between berths 5 and 6. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is isolation and de-isolation?
Right, so that point would fall under the operations.
Nothing to do with you?
No.
No, but you have to understand it though, don't you?
Yes, yes, I
Yes.
understand.
So, what is your understanding of that?
Right. If anything need to be locked off, like let's say a valve or something, either you close it or you open it for like the draining procedure, draining part, because
opening and closing valves.
Correct. So when you're ready to start the air blowing, you would open up all the systems. And then when you finish the draining for the day, you would close back your system.
That's what you mean by isolation, de-isolation.
Correct. Putting into the draining.
What's pressurization, depressurization?
All right. Well, that one, all right. Listen. All right, that is putting in like if the line would have any pressure, you would have released the pressure before.
How would you know if it had any pressure?
Well, it have a gauge on the line.
Right. So you check the gauge.
Yeah.
Did this particular line have a gauge on it?
Yes.
Did you check the pressure?
Well,
or is that somebody else's responsibility?
Yeah, that was somebody else.
Somebody else to do.
Yeah.
All right. And then draining, filling product, somebody else's responsibility.
Okay.
Lastly, please, if you turn to paragraph 5.17. This is under the contractor's responsibility. So this is LMCS, all right? You got it?
You can turn back the page?
Yes, it's page 572.
Yeah, I have it.
Right, it says there, doesn't it? The work schedule, supply work schedule for the entire project with daily updates in Microsoft project format before work execution. Had you seen that?
No.
And then secondly, supply daily look-ahead schedule to Paria's representative and report on job progress and expected completion. Did you see any, were you shown any daily look-ahead schedule?
No.
Right. But were you able to report on job progress and expected completion?
Correct, at the end of the day, yeah.
Right. Because that you regarded as one of your responsibilities, didn't you?
Yeah.
Right. So does it follow that had this tragedy not taken place on the 25th, when you decided to arrive at riser number 6, you would have monitored the remainder of the works on that riser so that you could tell them how far they got, tell your supervisor?
Correct.
Yeah. And did you know whether or not the barriers that were in the pipe were to be removed or not?
No.
You didn't know one way or the other?
No.
No. Is that because you were not at the Toolbox meeting that took place at 9:15 that morning on Berth 6?
No, I would know from discussion from my superior.
I'm sorry?
I would know from discussion with my superior for the job task for the day. And from that information, that is what I know would have to be done for the day.
You see, your job as applicant is set out in the manual, isn't it? You've been taken to it by Mr. Maharaj.
Yeah.
It includes, doesn't it? Well, let me put it this way. Do you regard it as your responsibility to be at a Toolbox meeting as the applicant?
If possible, yes.
What, only if possible?
No, well, remember, I have multiple jobs going on at the same time.
No, I remember that, but I have it very well in mind, trust me. What I'm anxious to understand is whether you regarded it as, bearing in mind what your functions were, did you regard it as important to be present, at the very least present, at the Toolbox meeting?
As I say, yes, once that I could.
Well, you could have, couldn't you?
No, because I was attending another Toolbox at both 5.
No, the next Toolbox meeting didn't take place until 9:30 and had taken place by many of the same people who had been attendant upon the first Toolbox meeting, or a number of the same people.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I do. And I want you to tell me whether or not did you regard it as more important therefore, to be at the Toolbox meeting at Berth 5, where all that was going to happen was a carber test, or at Berth 6, where there was rather more to be done?
All right. At the point at time of the job, right?
Yes.
It's not that I say that Berth 6 more important than Berth 5. It's just I know that they was going to do the carber test on Berth 5 first. So that is why I decided to go at Berth 5. So it's not to say that I choose that was more important than the next.
Did Mr. Rampasad Singh tell you to go to 5 rather than 6?
No.
So that was of your own initiative, was it?
No, it had the jobs going on at both places. So I would go at the 2 different locations at a day. So you have a specific one to go at first. But because of the carber test being conducted first at Berth 5, I went at Berth 5.
Yes. Just a minute, please. Could you turn to page 1070, please? This is the Toolbox meeting form, which bears your name, but you told us you weren't there. You got it?
No, I don't have it.
It's at page 1070. I don't, you may not have it there. Just bear with me, please, Mr. Majid Singh. It'll be brought to you, all right? This is the Toolbox meeting form given by the safety officer, Mr. Victor Dilpaul. Do you see his name? If you scroll down a little, please. Yes, do you see his name at the top right-hand corner of that?
Yes.
It says speaker, doesn't it?
Yes.
Did you take the boat across with him?
No.
No. But he was the speaker and the safety officer, wasn't he? According to this document, delivering the Toolbox meeting.
Yeah.
Yes. And well, you've told us about your name being on it. I don't need to dwell upon that. But you see the time at 9:15.
Yes.
Right. And do you go over the page, please, to the next page? This is a Toolbox meeting being conducted at Berth 5. All right. It's only a few hundred yards, isn't it? Between the two.
Yes.
But a matter of minutes to get from one to the other by boat.
Technically, no.
Well, technically, yes, because I've done it. And I can tell you, it takes a matter of minutes to get between one and the other.
Could I explain something?
You can.
Okay. All right. So go from Berth 5 to Berth 6, right? The day that you went, you would have been provided with a launch service immediately. But remember, they might have other operations going on within the facility.
You're saying we had a privileged trip.
If you want to say that.
Well, I'll say that.
All right.
So you just help me, though, about this. Whatever the position might be, one thing is for sure, isn't it, that we can see from this form that Mr. Dilpaul also had a privileged trip on that day because he managed to deliver the Toolbox meetings for both.
Well, I don't know about that one, but...
Well, we do, don't we? We can see it from the form. You signed it, having verified that it was the that was a Toolbox meeting at which you were present.
Yeah, correct.
Right. Both you and him, according to these two forms, were present at both. You tell us, and I accept, that you were not at the first one.
Yeah.
But what is clear is Mr. Dilpaul delivered them both within 15 minutes of each other. Now, you explain, please, why it was not possible for you to be at the Toolbox meeting at 9:15 on Berth 6, so that you would know what was to be done on that day.
All right. So can I explain now?
Well, I'm asking you.
Yeah. Nice. So at the morning, when I deliver in the work permits, right, I would talk to the supervisors, LMCS supervisors, and I would explain the job right there. And then I'll tell them, make sure the guys conduct their toolbox because they know I can't be at two places at once.
Well, they could wait for you, couldn't they?
I
Mr.
don't think
Dilpaul
so.
managed it in 15 minutes, both delivering it and making the distance between one and the other. Why couldn't you do that?
He probably have, they have a designated period that stays with them. So probably he could get transportation faster than
Do you
I
know
could.
Mr. Dilpaul?
Yeah, I know Mr. Dilpaul, yeah.
You know, he works for Paria, doesn't he?
No,
LMCS, forgive me,
LMCS.
LMCS. He works for LMCS, doesn't he?
Correct.
Yeah. Did you know he was going to deliver these toolbox meetings?
No, it could either be the safety or the supervisor.
All right. Anyway, you didn't attend.
On both 6, no.
And you're not able to help us why that might be.
Well, only as far as I could explain what I already did.
Have you ever yourself conducted a toolbox meeting?
No, if I'm there, I'll just could give an input, then ask if I want to say anything, and yeah, but not to conduct it. Not required of me to do
So
that.
that being the case, you were not at the toolbox meeting, which was the last opportunity to explain what is to be happening on that particular day, isn't it?
You could say that, yeah.
Yes, I am saying that. And the safety issues that might arise on that specific day.
Yeah.
You were the applicant for the work permit for that specific day, weren't you?
Yes.
Just give me a moment. And who would you? Yes, thank you. It's on the screen, and I think you have it in front. Do you have it in front of you? It's 1074 in our core bundle 3. Yes. Just help me in this way, please. Who gave you the information for you to be able to fill in box or section A?
From my discussion with my superior.
Mr.
Terrence, yeah.
Mr.
Terrence Rampasad Singh.
Rampasad Singh.
Yeah.
He gave you the information so that you could fill that in, is it?
Correct.
So if it's wrong, it's not your fault because you were simply doing as he bid you.
Correct, following instructions.
Following the instructions, exactly. So the next part of that document, which is section B, scroll up, please. You didn't fill in any of that, did you?
Just the number 2634.
The what number, sorry?
26 by next to hot work certificate, it have a number 2634.
So, oh, right, you're a little ahead of me, right? Yes, I was going to the earlier passage, please. You didn't fill in any part of B1, did you?
No.
No. Scroll back further up, please. And the only part of that document that you filled in, or that part of B3, is the number of the hot work certificate, yes?
Yes.
Right, thank you. And you signed it as coming from you at 7, have I got it right, 7:10 or 7:30? Scroll right up, please. You can see your handwriting better than me.
30.
Sorry?
30.
30. At 7:30 you signed it, did you? In the morning?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's all I need to ask. If anybody wants to ask anything arising from that, please feel free to do so. No, you'll all have cross-examination anyway, but where shall we start? Yes, Ms. Persad.
Mr.
Maharaj,
Commissioner,
yes.
your question was actually the line of questioning I had for Mr. Majid Singh.
So you have nothing.
So I have nothing.
Marvelous. I'm glad I preempted you in that way then. Anyone else have anything for this witness, please? I take silence as
Yes,
being...
no, I do have a few questions, please. Very simply, yes.
Of course.
Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Majid Singh.
Please introduce yourself to Mr. Majid Singh.
My name is Chase Pigas, attorney at law for Kenson. Now, can the witness be shown the permit to work procedure, please?
The procedure?
The permit to work procedure.
Not the permit to work, the actual procedure.
Not the permit to work, the procedure, yes.
Somebody will need to... Yeah. It's being brought to you.
I am focusing specifically on section 5, which lists the duties for the applicant.
5.1.
5.1.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Majid Singh, in answer to learned senior counsel, when he took you to this procedure, he pointed out to you that one of your duties was to continually monitor the job to ensure that it is performed in a safe manner and within the conditions prescribed in the work permit, certificates, and JHA risk assessment, among other things. You see that there?
Yeah, yes.
Right. Now, you indicated in your evidence to the commission that you spent part of the day at Berth 5. Yes?
Yes, correct.
Right. What do you understand continually monitor to mean?
To my understanding, periodic checks.
Right. Now, on the day in question, you indicated you took instructions from Mr. Rampasad Singh. Yes?
Yeah, yes.
Right. Who gave you the instructions to do the periodic, my apologies, monitoring?
Said person.
Right. There's just one other thing I would like to address. Now, in answer to the learned chairman, you also indicated that you perform specific tasks on Berth 5. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And in your statement, you also indicated that on the day in question, you had some duties to perform that Berth 5. Yes?
Yes.
Who gave you those instructions?
Mr. Terence Rampasad Singh as well.
Much obliged. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? No? Thank you very much. I take it, Mr. Peterson, you have nothing. Well, thank you very much. If I'd realized it was going to be that short, I might have made everyone stay a little longer, but never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming. Your evidence appreciated. You're free to go at any point in time. You can stay if you wish, but you're free to go. All right?
Yeah, I appreciate it too. I appreciate being here too and giving my statement.
Marvelous. Well, it might have been shorter had you come and seen our counsel, but never mind. You're here now. Thank you very much. It seems, Mr. Maharaj, that we're in the happy position of having our last witness for the day.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Marvelous. Well, perhaps we can have Mr. Dexter Guerrero then, please.
He's not here, right?
I beg pardon?
Mr. Guerrero.
No, he was excused yesterday.
He was excused yesterday.
Did I do that?
Yes.
Oh dear. Well, that means we've drawn stumps already. I have to say, I'm rather disappointed that I was persuaded, no doubt by somebody, that we won't need Mr. Dexter Guerra today. It wasn't you, yes, all right. All right, well, then we'll draw stumps now. Thank you very much. We will start tomorrow. We've got 4 witnesses to get through to tomorrow. 5, because we have Mr. Guerra, who we excused today. So let us, should we start at 9:30? Is that all right for everyone? 9:30 then, please, tomorrow morning. That's when we'll commence. So the session today is closed. Thank you. Please feel free to gather your papers. I'll be doing the same.
All right, folks. Well, that is the end of that. Thank you for tuning in. It's ended rather promptly today. I guess they didn't anticipate going through all of the witnesses so quickly. The honesty of both Andrew Dobson and, of course, this last guy here was very much welcome, Houston Majid Singh, because it really gave us a view in terms of, you know, what really went on and how incompetent a lot of people were. It also demonstrated as well that, you know, the blame isn't only one way. It is a collective level of blame due to a series of people who are just not up to the task and who ought not to have been in a position in the first place. So before we go, let's just have, will I be here tomorrow as well? I can't say, but I will certainly try. Let's just look at some of the comments. Someone from YouTube called Trini Boy Wonder says, they cut a lot of corners. From all I've seen so far, I hold LMCS, Paria, Kenson, and all employees involved in this debacle responsible. Everyone kicked the ball down the road. I would hasten to agree with you. Okay, let's look at some other comments. People encouraging Mr. Houston not to lie, essentially. Rohan Manu says, from the highest of Paria to the lowest, all of them eating a food big time. Racket. One of the reasons shut down Petrotrin. Wendell Williams says, the thing with Houston and Andrew is that they came out and spoke the truth. Mr. Piper's been operating like this for years. I think we looked at this comment earlier. But yeah, so guys, thank you for watching. I gotta get rid of this little cold that I have, so I'm trying to kind of beat it. You know, happily I've completed most of my adjudication today, so I should be done by the end of the day. I can't recall the attorney for Kenson's last name, but I think his first name is like P. Gus or something like that. But the last name I can't recall. But guys, thank you for watching. You know, keep the conversation going. It's very instructive. I enjoy looking at you guys' comments and analysis, because it gives watching this you know, Commission of Inquiry. Look, it's Chase Pigus. That might be his name there. Thank you, Rosaline. I appreciate it. So yes, all the best. Take care. Keep the conversation going. I will try as best as I can, if I do have the time, to stream tomorrow, right? Because, you know, I'm just as interested in this Commission of Inquiry as all of you, and I'm trying to do it alongside the work that I'm doing as well, while ensuring that you guys are familiar with who is on the screen. That's why I prepare all the captions beforehand, so that I can put up on the screen who is speaking, because I realize TTT doesn't do that, and it would be good for you to know at that point in time who exactly is speaking, so that you can get where they're coming from as well, right? So take care. God bless. Thanks for watching.